Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everyone. It's been a while. It's been a while. I'm like raising my hand. You can't see it, but I'm doing it for me. Oh my god, it's been a while. Oh my god, hey. Hey, girl. This time, the return of the king. Me, I'm here. And still no news. You know? Still no Kingdom Hearts. I know. Which is fucked up. It was my birthday month. Technically, it was also Nomura's birthday month. His birthday was on the 8th. I guess he was busy celebrating his birthday or whatever, you know, but like, we're here waiting. That's nice and all, but like, we're waiting for more Kingdom Hearts. Your first live Niku stream. Fantastic. I'm gonna drop it on election day to cheer us up. To like distract us. Anyway, let's see. I'll pop over. Oh yeah, I have some things to show. Hold on, I'm gonna pop over here first. Hi. It's been a minute, right? Look at me. I'm here. Hello. Oh my god, hi. Oh my god, hi everybody. Oh, and you and you. Welcome. Oh yeah, my little sweater. Oh, and my Riku shirt. Wait, hold on. Look at this. Ignore that it's tearing. It's a great shirt. But yes, my sweater. It's got the Mickey pockets. It's got all the stuff. Hi, everybody. So, before I forget, I'm gonna start playing some kind of backing music. Okay. Please don't be super loud. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, quick reminder, please don't put any anime music in. Like, not even a backing track, nothing. It will get flagged, and I will have to deal with it. So don't. But also, we have to be careful about Nintendo Music at the moment, because Nintendo Music, the app, just came out, and I think they're being, particular about things. As they always have been, but even more so right now. So, that's just to keep in mind. Anyway. So it's been a month, right? And it was also my birthday. On the 11th, and it was a good birthday. It was nice. It was fun. I had a lot of stuff going on this month, including a funeral I had to go to. Which it's fine. It's okay. Like, you know, it's not that it was like, nope, somebody I didn't know or care about or something. It was like somebody who I did care about a lot, but like, it was a very nice funeral, you know? And so it's just like, well, it was a nice time. It was good for everybody, I think, you know. Healing, I suppose. But it was kind of sudden, so, you know, as most deaths are, right? But don't worry, it's fine. We're good. I'm just putting it out there. That happened. There was just a lot of like moving parts and people around and things I had to do, and I had to come and host a Halloween party literally immediately after the funeral, because that was already planned. So I had to like fly back the day before, and then we did the party and I had to bake a bunch of stuff. I made a big chocolate cake. I made cake pops for the first time that were pretty good. I could do better next time, you know. It was my first time doing it. I do have pictures, but I did get some fun stuff. Okay. I got some fun stuff. Hold on. I gotta grab it, it's over here. Baby cat's watching it for me. Oh, my angel. So I got a number of things. Hey. Back here. Okay. IBS hat results. True. A haven for the IBS havers. Oh yeah, it's Haven the person's birthday. Happy birthday, Haven. Today is your birthday. So, a Haven, yeah. I probably should have grabbed it. They're all the way upstairs. You're not going to get to see them, okay? I got some merch from people. Boy. I do have this cute little doodle here of a Sora and a Riku from, well, they go by Ven, but like their is like Dog Ahead, and they just started selling stuff online. And I bought some of their stickers, and then they put in extra goodies for me so sweetly. I need to actually go thank them directly. But then they drew a little Soriku for me. So sweet. I love and adore it, and I need to put it up with my other little hand-drawn gifties that I have over here. Which is very nice. My good old friend Toppy was here around my birthday and got me some pretty great gifts here. And I'm showing them because, you know, it's all relevant. So kindly got me, oh god, okay, I'm gonna turn off the blue screen. Hold on. Boom. Alright. I turned off the blue screen and now you get to see the blue screen. The sprites from the, what was it? Brave Exvius? Final Fantasy Brave Exvius? Because I remember I played, like, they had a promotional event for KH3, and I picked up the game to play it, so I did end up getting, like, the KH3 Sora and Riku. I think I got Axel. Anyway, they made stickers out of the sprites. And what kills me is that we have Sora, KH1, and KH3. We got Riku, KH1 and KH3, right? We get Roxas, right? Ever popular Roxas, Axel. We get Cloud and Squall skin, because they already existed in the game. They already had Cloud and Squall, so they got to put, or it was Record Keeper, that's what it is. Sorry, it was one of those ones. It was the sprite-based one. I played a little bit of it, and it was interesting, but not enough to keep me playing. Anyway, so here they are. But what kills me is that, like, here's a list of, like, items. It's like, okay, Keyblades, woohoo, yeah! Kairi, Shadow. Okay, that's it. She gets to go with, like, the inanimate objects, I guess. And Heartless. But, I mean, she looks cute, but that's just where she is. Because she wasn't, like, a character you could get. So I'm trying to think, I'm like, where did she show up? Was she, like, in a thing? It's also KH2 Kairi. And we only have 1 and 3 Riku, so I'm not sure. Did they just make it for fun? I don't know. I know they always do this to her. But anyway, super cute. And one of my favorite things, and I know I've pointed it out before, and then I saw somebody bring it up recently, but I was like, oh, how funny, because I just got the stickers that was, like, showing this. But how, like, anytime, like, Sora, like, quote, like, dies or passes out or whatever, he's always flat on his back like a starfish. He's always belly up, right? And Riku's always face fucking down on the floor. Boom. See, look, even Roxas is different. He's lying there, but his arms are down. Sora's like, you know, he's just... So. Toppy so kindly got me these. Had, like, quite a few little gifts for me, and I was so surprised, because I was just happy Toppy was gonna be there. It just happened to work out timing-wise. Got me this cute little Mickey in a car. The car is actually metal, so it's like, you know, it's one of those old guys that are like, oh, it's, actually pretty sturdy. So we have, Mickey driving a little yellow car. Okay. We have this. We also have, which I think is so fucking sick, a Runaway Brain Mickey pin. And I love Runaway Brain. I love Runaway Brain. It's so fucking cool. And we have pin of him going fucking crazy. So, really cool. But then also, the cute bags that I remember when they were making these a bit ago. Because I have this standee. It's literally right in front of me. I'm looking at it. But they also put art. There's also hair on the bag. Don't mind that. That doesn't come with it. But the print is nice. And it's a nice little baggie. So I got these things on my birthday. On my birthday, I went to Kura Sushi. Got more Pikmin stuff. And then we came home and we played games and stuff, and it was a fun time. But here's something that's very exciting. I've been wanting this for a while, okay? And it just hadn't happened. You know, it was kind of expensive on wherever we were kind of looking, and then we finally took to looking at Mercari a little bit, which is more like secondhand selling, like directly from, you know, it's just like, oh, people in Japan selling their stuff, and then like through a proxy you can buy just the stuff from them, right? So it's a lot more affordable if you know how to navigate the website and do stuff. So anyway, I finally have the KH3 soundtrack. Like physically I have it here. Ooh, it's huge. It's very big. I will show you what's inside, because there's a little booklet here. Booklet. Right? I've got the info in it. Did I want to go out for dinner or stay in? I did just start... well, when is going out happening? And what is on the table? That's really up for question here. In an hour? I'm not sure. Because I just started. Ta-da. See, she's on the other side. Like, she's on the inside. Bubs, you'll have to look at your messages online to figure out the Popeye situation, because that may have already happened to some extent. Anyway. So anyway, dinner talk aside. Yeah, so I got KH3 soundtrack. It has the cool, like, this whole thing going on. And it's particularly, like, I remember because Nomura had been saying that he, like, took part in the design specifically, right? Like, it was like, oh, he was, like, particular about the package design, which is in line with the fact that, like, the PS4 theme, which is also, like, the Remind PS4 theme, also has them separated on the top of the bottom layer of it. It's like a really consistent design detail. Like, I think they have clear files like this too. And they're always on separate layers with things that go in between them. This is, like, very consistent. It's even, I even had to put it in the Sleeping Realm theory to be like, weird, huh? Interesting how they keep doing that, huh? So strange. So, this is cool to see. And then, here's the inside, by the way. It's a lot of CDs. It's a lot of them. It's a lot. And they all have, like screenshots behind them. See? See? It's a little hard to show because it's really big. But ooh. Ah. Just give me one little USB instead of that at that point. So many. I just like the physical collection of it. Also around the edges, you can see that there's like, it's kind of hard to see on camera because it's already hard enough to see in real life, but you can kind of see the pattern there shining on the sides, on the very edges. Because on this side they have like in the middle. Ooh. Anyway, it's very like subtle and nice and pretty. And then, you know. And then they separate. Let's see. The booklet is nice and big. Ooh, ooh. And I thought it was interesting because like all of the titles are like in English actually. Like very few aren't. But I would say like 98% is like in English from the beginning. Because like I know Shimamura loves to name things in like Italian. And obviously like she did Dearly Beloved is just Dearly Beloved. Like she does name things in English and stuff, but like this is like literally the entire soundtrack is just in English. There's no like secondary kana or something to try and like read it. But then they have like a bunch of like, oh, here are little interviews and stuff, little comments. So here's like Nomura's and Shimamura's and so on. And they just have a bunch from the development team. They have like lyrics. They have Face My Fears, Ray of Hope, Mix. And that's it for the lyrics. But they got those in there. And there you have it. It is funny though, because I was like putting it in. Hold on, you'll see. I was putting it in the back, so it's like, oh, it's nice and presentable on the front, but in the back, it's like Kairi is like looking at this giant fucking Sora in the chair. Ooh, ah. It's just this little like outer sleeve. Hey, well, there you go. That's pretty cool, right? That's pretty cool. You know what else is cool? Boom. I have him all fixed up, finished, finalized. I have all of them. I have him in stock. He's here. My little Tron guy. Tron Jr. is here for real this time. He's here. He's available. He's shiny. He fits on the thing. He is not cut off. I also updated Goofy a little bit because he was bugging me. But he's here. He's also the right size. You can see by comparison. Because I also have these restocked because I had ran out of the Halloween charms. So here they are. Side by side. For anybody who did order any of these, if you happen to be looking, or anybody who thinks to order them in the future, please know that you just have to kind of flatten the PVC ones, like, under, like, a book for a little bit, and then it goes back to normal. Because they're kind of folded in their package a little bit to, like, fit, right? So they're usually in there like this. So they get a little warped, but you can just fix them. Just put them under, like, a book, and it'll be okay. Ooh. You got one of the Halloween charms? Oh, I'm so glad. Hold on. Since we're talking about it, I have to be, you know. And it's gonna take its time, I guess. That's fine. I also, for fun, because, you know, why not? I had ones already. Oh, are you feeling okay? Big cartel, come on. Okay. Hold on, sorry. Okay, anyway. So there's Tron Jr. If you're watching this on YouTube, there will be a link down below to go get him. Okay? Alright? Ooh. I also have stickers of him. It is also holographic. Ooh. Ah. Because I have stickers of the others of the Halloween and the 2 different Christmas versions. Like, I have stickers of them. And so I figured, you know, I may as well continue the trend. So here he is as a sticker also. And that is also up and available to have. Whee. Those who pre-ordered, I threw in some little fun bonus stickers as a little thank you. And those should be arriving at people's houses, like, now. Somewhere around now. But anyway, I finally have him. So, go crazy, okay? If you're interested, I have them now. If you want it for Christmas, send it to somebody, I guess. But it's there. Finally, after all this time, I have him in stock. Anyway, there you go. It's my showtime. I don't think I had anything else that was too super pertinent to show. I was just kind of busy this month. And then I was also really tired. And then today, even though I only had 5 hours of sleep, I felt really okay. Like, I'm a little tired, but it's like normal tired, I guess. It's something that I'm used to. Where, like, otherwise, before, it was like I wanted to take a nap so bad. I was so tired. I was passing out types of tired. You know? What are you gonna do? There we go. Dude, this space heater is like... Okay. So, anyway, I didn't get to draw as much as I wanted to, and I did want to have a draw pile of some kind, but I might just do that a little bit into this month, and we'll just do whatever we want with it. But, I think I'll draw a bit. I'm still kind of tired, but... here's something I had already drawn. Just a little bit. He's round. I had been looking at some of, like, Amano's art. Like, the mangaka Amano. I just think the shapes are so fun. So, I had gone and drawn a very round guy. Oh my god, why am I yelling so much now? Oh, lordy. I was just going to post this, and then I kept not being at my computer, and then when I was, it was usually late, and so I didn't want to post it super late. Because I had, like, sort of cleaned this up a little bit. Not much, just fixed some things that were around from when I last streamed. And then, I know it was recommended to work on some emotes. I also still have this. Ha! Wahaha! I have my old fucking emotes template. Gay people. That's the thing. Gay people. Uh-oh, it's too warm. Hold on. Oh. Hey, do you guys mind if I took a nap right now? Yeah, Rock's just confused. Crying, man. I had some idea for him, like, crying. I don't remember what it was. I just know I had something. I wish I could try too, but I have stupid homework for this stupid degree for my stupid future or whatever. Yeah, fuck that noise, huh? Yucky. I've seen so much good art of your Halloween Town Riku design this last month. It's been great. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's been quite the influx. Quite a treat for me. Evers was so cute. Oh my goodness. Because Ever had DM'd me and was like, I don't think I ever told you how much I like this design, so, I always want to draw it, so I did. Here you go. And I was like, what the fuck? Oh, okay, yeah, sure, whatever, that's fine. Just drop it on me out of nowhere. By which, I mean, I was very excited. It was just very silly. And then I had to be like, could you post it? And so Ever did. And it was great. I'm glad everybody could see it. But I do think it's funny when it's just like, wait a second. Because I saw some people's tags on it being like, oh no, I share this, you know, this fandom with Ever? Like, whoa, crazy. Like, not knowing that Ever was into it. And I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, we're still mutuals from when Ever was drawing a lot more Kingdom Hearts. And then was like, wow, Danganronpa's so cool. And I'm like, party on, you know? Go hard. Go crazy, go stupid. Whew. Okay. It's like the same thing when like people see like a Hake draw like Kingdom Hearts stuff, because a lot of people found Hake through like their own original content and their webcomic, plural. And then go, now hold on a second, you like Kingdom Hearts? And I'm like, oh yeah, that's old hat, you know. that's old hat here. That's how we became pals, was because of Kingdom Hearts, you know. This was here before you. It's just funny. We're gonna take a moment to warm up because, like, I can feel the tired kind of hitting my hands a little bit. The Cage fandom is so ancient, it has so many secret members. Yeah, for real. Everybody who's like, I guess I'll be an adult and do other things and, you know, make a career for myself, but like, the Kingdom Hearts always slumbers deep within. It never leaves. Nobody gets to just be normal about it. Well, he was fun to draw. I'm so glad. I did have somebody on Twitter ask if they could cosplay my Valentine's Town Riku, and they never responded to me with my very enthusiastic yes. I have to assume they saw, but would love if they did that. That would be super cool. I'm trying to convince my friend to play it. I went to college, forgot all about Kingdom Hearts, and now in my ripe old age of 27, I'm snorting the Suriku dust once more. Look, I didn't play Kingdom Hearts until I was like 26-ish. I mean, it's not that I knew nothing about it, but like I did not play it until I was like well into adulthood, and then I was like, whoops, I guess this is the rest of my life. Hi, Leary. But yeah, there you go. There's your Niku lore. I just didn't play it until I was an adult, because I just didn't have the means to growing up. Even when I had friends who had it, and like I tried to play it, and then they'd be like, actually, I want to play it. And then they'd take it from me, and then I was like, okay. So I like never got to. This is why your opinions correct. So many incorrect opinions shrouded by nostalgia. That's what I genuinely found. Like, even just with, like, friends that I knew liked it, or I even found out had liked it, and talking to them and finding out that they had, like, wildly off-base opinions based on, like, what they perceived incorrectly as a child. You know what I mean? 25, I just got into it months ago. See, that seems to be the age where it, like, sneaks in. You heard some of your friends don't need to play the games at this point. I'm like, I talk about Maleficent, and they're like, so is she time traveling in the data world right now? Playing through a lot of games now for the first time, but I just spoiled myself for everything. That's fair. I mean, I have always been of the mind that, like, you can know a spoiler, but like that'll never quite be the same as seeing it within context, right? So there were things I knew going in through Kingdom Hearts, right? But like it didn't ruin it for me. Though now, you know, I'm in such a privileged position of getting to experience it coming out in real time. And so I like to, like, it's the only thing I'm like really particular about, in that like I don't want spoilers for like new stuff, right? Because I'm like, I'm never gonna get to have this fresh experience with it again. Like, coming into a series that has existed for 20 years and like finding some kind of spoiler about something that's like, you know, 10 years old, and I'm like, well, what are you gonna do, you know? But like, now that I'm here and we're up and we're like chomping at the bit for new stuff, it's like I just want to have that experience of like going in and not knowing what's gonna happen. If KH4 is leaked as bad as KH3, I'll be so sad. If anything, I will be very sad for Nomura because this keeps fucking happening to him. But like I can just not look. I actually have quite a strong self-control in that regard, despite the fact that the Sleeping Realm theory starts with, oh yeah, we were looking at those leaked spoilers, sorry, you know? But that was like a different motivation. Like, that wasn't an insatiable, I can't not look, as much as a, like, I didn't want to be blindsided by bad decisions I was afraid of. So we were looking. But when it's stuff for like, well, you're gonna know when it comes out, Rosie. There are some things that are better when you experience them within the context they were, you know, made for. But because here's the thing, I will say this. I know many people who go kind of ravenous. One of those people, namely, very much so Henry. And people will go and look at these spoilers and things with zero context, and maybe there's even some kind of context, right? But like, you didn't have the delivery of, say, the pacing of the actual thing itself, and things just get ruined, or they just feel super bad because it's almost like you took a thing out of context and you're like, this sucks, when you play through the game, it's fine. The amount of people I've seen who like were like, I need to know right now, and then they go in and they look and they come out and they're like, I'll never be happy again, you know? And you're just like, well, I mean, go slow down, pump the brakes. Maybe if we start at the beginning and then go through it like it wanted it to, and then we do that, and people go, oh, that's not as bad as I thought it was the first time when I fucking plunged myself into the icy depths, and gave myself, you know, like a system shock. You know what I mean? I think that sometimes it's like, I think what's important is that people who do go diving into spoilers like that, best to be equipped with the, you know, this will probably make more sense. Like, this will probably hit better in context. You know what I mean? Like, if I just go through, like, a lot of it is, for me, I feel like the pacing and the delivery of the build up to something, because, like, things hit different when you spend more time with it. When you, and I've discussed this obviously at length before, that when you rush through something, it can greatly affect how you perceive the thing that you just rushed through, versus if you got to take your time with it. Like, when we were kids and we had a lot more time and things took a lot longer, obviously would kind of like inflate how much the game, how long the game felt, right? You know, but like, it's still, I think, a point to be made that it's just like, if you do let yourself take the time and kind of digest it as you go through, or even if you rush through, give yourself a second go around. You know, look, a burger is probably going to taste better if you eat it slower than if you fucking swallow it whole. Okay? So the same thing goes with the media you consume. If you're rushing through it. And I think that that effect also just exists within, like, jumping into spoilers, because I've seen that, like, ruin so many people for no reason, because it wasn't even as bad as they thought, because they took some shit out of context. I have to go back and look at what was being said. Hold on. No, self-control of the spoilers is none, even if I don't want to see them. Riku, nothing else. Jimmy not having a single idea KH3 was ever leaked. Oh, big time. It was leaked literally about 2 months before its release, at the beginning of December, and it launched at the end of January. So blind about KH4 that I don't even want to see the trailers when they start dropping. See, that's where I'm okay with seeing trailers, because if it's something that they're deciding to put out in public, I'm just going, okay, that's okay for me to see then, you know. And there are plenty of times where it's like, hey, maybe you shouldn't have put these things in the trailers, but that's not going to stop me from going and looking. And that's something where I'm just like, that's my line, is like, I will see whatever official material they put out and stop there for the most part. The culture these days just makes me feel like I have to rush now. People play through games so fast now and everything. I have to take a pilgrimage from social media forever. I never watch movie trailers anymore for the same reasons. Look, I hate movie trailers, okay? Famously, I fucking hate movie trailers because I think they're super annoying. Movie trailers, specifically, okay? I hate how most movie trailers are edited together. I hate all the tropes of it, and like the songs that they use, and the like, it's just something, I fucking hate movie trailers. I love to see what is coming out, right? But I hate most all movie trailers. I hate when they put, there's a joke from some other scene and then they stitch it together with some other reaction from some other scene. Like, they're like, it's like some animated movie and they're like, oh, what a big butt. And then it like, and someone's like, you know, and I fucking hate it so much. I hated it as a kid, to be clear. I could not stand it as a child, and I still can't stand it as an adult. Dramatic orchestral renditions of 80s pop songs for some reason, yeah. And then you have the you know, and like just really like they're trying really hard to make it super intense, and I'm like, I hate this. Just show me your movie. It's always the same like formula over and over, you know what I mean? I just hate movie trailers a lot. I don't necessarily hate trailers on the whole, but I do hate movie trailers, really specifically. And fuck, a bad movie trailer can totally ruin shit sometimes. Like, obviously they can, like, okay, you can have a wide range of, you know, sometimes a movie trailer shows every single plot beat of a movie like Ruby Gillman, where it was just like, you just showed me the whole movie, including the twists. You showed me all of it. I don't think there's anything left for me to see here. And then you have, on the other hand, trailers who somehow construct a completely different movie than what the movie actually is, which happened to Treasure Planet, but that was also the commercials. That was everything to do with it, where they were like, let's pretend the whole good part of the movie is not this movie. Actually, we're going to push all of this stupid, annoying horse shit that I hated as a kid anyway. And then there was a better movie behind it. So, you know. Guess I don't have to watch the movie now because we just saw everything that happened. Like, you shouldn't be able, like, I feel, again, sometimes I feel like this comes from just, like, people don't know how to summarize anything. And they don't know how to, like, how much should I show and how much shouldn't I show? Like, I just need a good little premise for your story. I think the mouth-washing summary is good because it sets up exactly all you need to know about what is otherwise a very small, well, you know, it's like movie length, like, experience. By the way, I played mouth-washing. It's really good. I liked it a whole lot. I was like, huh, that was really cool. And then, like, days pass and I'm like, I'm still fucking thinking about mouth-washing. There's, like, so much to turn over in your mind about that game. And so, you know, I find that I'm like, you know what? Actually, I like it a whole lot. Speaking of bad movie trailers, that stupid Christmas movie where they need to rescue Santa Claus and they show a clip where he has been saved. Like, why would I watch it now? Elemental, my beloved. They did that movie dirty in the marketing. Yeah, Elemental suffered from that. Let me get a picture of Riku and I'm sold. I've see so much of it on Twitter and I don't know what it is. But mouth-washing, Haven, I definitely recommend, though I will give one warning that it is, like, you know, it's a little intense. There's fucked up stuff going on, but, like, it's very much, like, almost like a movie-going experience. Mouth-washing, for those of you who do not know, is, like, yeah, psychological horror, like, indie game, okay? That's very clearly inspired from classic horror movies of the genre, kind of like 70s-esque, I would say. There's also a lot of, like, nods to like various, like, horror movies, shows, things like that, right? But, like, it's something that, like, I cannot stress enough that, like, the dialogue and the character writing are, like, top notch. It's fantastic stuff. The game itself, you can get it on Steam. It's about 2.5 to 3 hours long. Okay, that's why that's what I say when it's like a movie-going experience. It is more or less a walking simulator. It's a game, like, I can't play horror games. I can play mouth-washing, okay? To give you any kind of, you know, basis, if you think I can't play a spooky game, you can probably play this because there's not really any time you have to run from or fight anything outside of, like, a time, kind of. I'll leave it at that. All right, we're gonna leave it nice and vague. But the game is very, anytime it has something that has, like, a fail state, it's incredibly forgiving. So you don't have to worry about it too much. But it's a game that I can play. But it's very much here to, like, tell a story and show things. You're moving around and you're doing stuff, but, like, it's just playing itself out. You know what I mean? So I highly recommend it. I also recommend playing without looking things up because, again, it's not that long. Don't spoil anything for yourself if you don't need to. Just experience it for what it is. But yeah, it's really cool. Mouthwashing is super sick. I like it a lot. There you go. I like Swansea a lot. But I feel like I always like a character like that. Something about when they're, like, super ornery. I mean, there are other reasons too, but, like, they're, you know, Our King Swansea. But, like, I like the whole cast. Even, I mean, you know, especially for the ones that are there for what they are. It's just, like, it's a good story. It's an effectively told, interesting thing. Obviously, I can't say much shit about, yeah, like, Squirrel gets it. Squirrel knows what I'm talking about, but, like, you know, it's something that's just worth experiencing if you have a few hours and you want to essentially watch a movie. Go play Mouthwashing. It was made by, you know, a very small little team, and like I said, the writing is fucking, like, it's up there. It's really good. It's people writing character voices is a lot harder than people think. And oftentimes people can write multiple characters, but they can all sound the same. And this is very much not that case. This is very, like, these are people, they all have their own voice. They are all written very well. The dialogue is great. Everything has something to kind of read into. Not like it's super esoteric or anything like that, but it's just very, like, loaded with intent that you can, like, look at and pick apart. So it's very cool. Anyway, check out Mouthwashing, and then you get to understand all the really cool art that's, like, floating around. So anyway, what was I saying before this? Because I was talking before about, like, spoilers. And then, movie trailer, right, movie trailers. Right, and then I was like, the brief explanation for Mouthwashing is very, I think, good for setting up exactly what you need to know going in. Where, if I were to, I'd be better off reading it. Hold on. We're just gonna pull it up. Stop, shut up. No. The 5 crew members of the Tulpar, a spaceship, are stranded in the empty reaches of space, shrouded in perpetual sunset. God is not watching. There's one that, like, had a better, that's a very small one. There we go. Who could have known what good old Captain Curly was capable of? Guess he thought his crew dying alongside him was only right. But some men can't even kill themselves properly. Maimed, limbless, and unable to speak, but alive, Curly is now at the mercy of the crew he has doomed to a slow death. Follow the lives of the crew as they weather starvation, isolation, and each other. People were never your strong suit anyway. So anyway, that's all you need to know. That they all get fucked up and they're all trapped on a ship in space, and you just watch a bunch of people, like, pretty much slowly deal with this. So, highly recommended. Okay? If you want a good example of character writing and strong dialogue, go experience this. Even if you're like, it's not really your bag, I think it's just a well-crafted piece of media in a way that I think it's good to look at and kind of take notes. Because it's like, it's a small cast, everybody's very distinct without being like a trope. You know what I mean? They're just people, and you really get to see them, like, doing okay and then doing not okay, and how that, like, translates through their characters, you know what I mean? The decisions that they're making. Premise reminds me of Wolf 359 a bit, but make it horror, I guess. I've never heard of Wolf 359. It's a narrative podcast set on a space station. Interesting. Oh yeah, I have an idea for some merch. Okay. And I'm thinking about like making, because they have these little like standees where they have little like wiggly bits that come off and they like shake. So it's like a little this, and then you could have like a wing, right? And then it'll like wiggle. It'll like up and down. So I have ideas of, yeah, we have this, and then we have wings. It's not that he's gonna be a tombstone. I just don't want to draw a little Sora. And then we have like a, and they shake and they shimmy. Exercises to draw faster. Maybe not exercises. Here are my cool tips. Niku's cool tips to drawing faster, which even then, there are people who draw faster than me, and I don't even consider myself that fast, but then other people think I'm fast. And it depends on the part. If I'm just drawing with, like, lines, you know? If I'm just doing stuff like this, like, people think that's fast. And I'm usually faster with that than if it comes to coloring or something, I slow way down. One, I'm gonna tell you, care a whole lot less. Let yourself make mistakes, because that will open you up to drawing faster and developing like better muscle memory, which can let you make those big confident strokes that make you draw things way faster. That's basically it. I remember like one of the big turning points for me when I started to draw faster. There was one, in like middle school, my friend Hannah, I would watch her draw, and she drew really fast because she kind of just let things be what they were. You know what I mean? And because I was always like, trying to make it like look nice. So I'd be like, you know, I'm like, like this, you know, versus just, oh my God, it took so many strokes. Hold on. Versus just like, you know, I'm drawing like a foot or something. Something like that, right? And they just never undo. Yeah, it's just, you just let things, might as well have Control Z disabled. Like, I think you can still use it if you want, right? But like, step one, care a lot less about it. Let it just look how it is, and if you want to fix it later, you can do that. But like, let it happen. And then the other thing that makes it you draw faster genuinely is just the ability to make like strong like strokes and do like a shape, you know. You kind of just have to force yourself. I'm not fucking kidding. There's a lot of things where like I've found that I will learn things best if I just shove myself into something and struggle with it for a moment. Like, I just have to force myself to start doing it. And I'm like doing it bad, but I'm just like making it happen, because then eventually I'll just get used to it. You can change a lot of habits this way, where you're like, you know what, I want to type faster. I'm just going to start forcing my hands to be like, I'm going to be slow at it at first, but I'm just going to keep making it happen. And eventually it just starts to speed up and you don't even notice. But like, stuff like this, where it's just like, you could practice drawing, you know, circles in one stroke. And of course they're not going to be perfect, but like, you want to build muscle memory. That's where it all kind of comes down to, which is why like you could be drawing for years and years and years, and you're doing it all with one hand, and then suddenly you're trying to do it with the other hand. And I don't have a good setup for this because my pad is over here, but like I can't, oh God, this is even worse because this is partly that's because it's over here, but anyway, like, you could be doing something forever with your right hand, but then suddenly your left hand doesn't know because you don't have muscle memory. You're not practiced in the same way as you are with your dominant hand, which truly like goes to show that it's like, it doesn't matter how much knowledge you have up here, like a lot of it is in the physical training of it. So the more you just do shit forcibly faster, better, faster, easier, you get more confident with the lines. Time gesture drawing helped me build line confidence so much you really can't think too hard. Yeah, exactly. You have to like stop fucking thinking and then just let it be what it is and just keep pushing to get these going. Like I'll you know, I can draw like a circle. And like I'm doing these all in like one. Not like erasing anything for now. Also, Canary, I see that you see that you have called my name. And I don't know. Like, I can draw Sora's hair so much because I've drawn it like a million times. Like, it doesn't look great, but like, a lot of people be like, damn, I ain't even do that, you know? It's just like, you just let it suck and make yourself go faster. And you just keep fine-tuning the machine until it gets better. Well, you might not be as rusty as you think. Sometimes genuinely just resting a while and like even if you're just looking at art and like taking notes internally where you're like, ooh, I like how so-and-so drew that. And it kind of goes this way and like the, you know, the curve of this and the way this pops that way or whatever. And like you'd be surprised sometimes just coming back that you're like, oop, it looks better. If you're too worried about it like looking really bad, you're probably only going to see the things that you feel you're fucking up. Versus like letting it be like, okay, we're gonna fresh take, we're just gonna kind of go in loosey-goosey, see what happens, you know? Like, I hadn't drawn at all for like months, and then I drew my like Jet Set Radio comic. But the problem is that while being weeks. I mean, I hadn't been drawing for like months. I'm just saying that like it treats everybody differently. And I think that even if you draw regularly, warming up still shows an effect. Even if you're drawing like literally daily, like you still have to kind of get back into the groove a little bit and, you know, shit out a few drawings before suddenly you're drawing shit that you're like, oh, I drew that? That looks sick as fuck, right? So, like, do, you know, expect that you're gonna have to warm up to some degree, but, like, sometimes taking a little break, learning new things, you know, just paying attention to other stuff, like, you'll come back with a fresh perspective that will push you forward a lot faster than you'll expect. I noticed that since I had to take a break for a while because my anatomy feels better coming back to it. See? Out of curiosity, you actually love Sora and Riku, and as far as I've seen, are kind of indifferent towards Kairi. Is there a Cage character you straight up dislike? Well, to be clear, I'm fine with Kairi. You know, indifference isn't inaccurate as much as like people will typically take that more negatively than it means. I think she's cute. I like to draw her sometimes, you know. And like there could have been more going on, obviously, with her. That's like, damn. But like, you know, my favorites are Sora and Riku. As far as characters I actually kind of don't like, it is hilarious how much like most people know that I kind of don't care for Venice. I don't care for Ventus that much. Venice. Straight up haven't tried in years, like fan art wise, and I'm cranking shit out and having fun. Yeah, I think having fun, finding something that you want to draw, because I also had not drawn in a really long time before Kingdom Hearts is like, hey, you want inspiration? And I was like, yes. Oh, thank God. And then I've just been kind of drawing again ever since, I guess. Sometimes more frequently, sometimes I'm not drawing for literally months at a time, which is annoying, but anyway, I'm not particularly fond of Ventus for a number of reasons. I think a lot of cool stuff happens to him, but I feel like he has a similar problem as Kairi, that like he does not always have his own agency in those things happening. Like him and everything to do with Strelitzia was like, well, it's interesting that like he had a want for power, you know, because he felt weak, which I think is interesting. The fact that he didn't do the act himself at all was, you know, kind of disappointing. But I still think it's cool. I mean it that way. Just remember you saying that the Circuit TED Talk H3 could have made you actually like Kairi rather than just being indifferent. Oh, fair enough. No, I didn't think you meant anything bad by it. I was saying for my own clarification of just like kind of indifference is like true, yeah. If I were to say that out to the public in the same way, people would be like, oh, so you hate her? And I'm like, no, dog, no, I said indifference. There's a lot more that could have happened. You know, there's interesting things, but she doesn't get much of her own choice in anything, so we don't get to see her, like, as a person. The first time she's really had a choice in fucking anything has been after Melody of Memory, where she's like, I would like to train under Master Aqua. And you're like, wow, that's so good for her, you know? But, even then, there are things that, like, I enjoy with Ventus. I don't think there's any character that I genuinely dislike as much as Ventus is not my favorite. He's definitely down the priority list in the way that, like, he is somebody who annoys me sometimes. Genuine. And so I have to be like, you know, Kairi and Ventus parallels make me feral. Feel the same about him. Most of the cool things about Ventus are more to him, like him doing cool things. And then he also slept for 10 years. Yeah, and then he was asleep for a while, and then he was awake again. Good job. And I still think he should have had green eyes. If he had green eyes, I probably would like him more. I'll be real. If he had green eyes, would have changed the game a little bit. And not just because I like green, but because it would have been correct. Okay? I still don't know why he doesn't have green eyes. What the fuck is... Why? That sounds so stupid. Like, I understand that it's supposed to be like Roxas looks like Ventus, but you know what would have been cool? If Ventus had different colored eyes. So when Roxas comes along, it's kind of pointed that he has Sora's blue eyes. You know what I mean? But like otherwise looks like Ventus. Wouldn't that been cool? Wouldn't that have been neat? You know? I think so. I think that would have been a neat little detail. Terra should have had brown eyes. Vinny should have had red eyes. I do like Vanitas' golden eyes. I think they'd look cool, but like, I also think that Terra having brown eyes would be nice, even just for variety. Bud, so many people with blue eyes in this fucking game. Sumi Riku with brown eyes would be so cute. Yeah, sure. I don't say that as a way that, like, as if it wouldn't be. I'm just like, mm-hmm. Blue eyes is a strong gene in this game. What color Riku's eyes sorted out? They've changed over time. Or, no, they have kind of changed in color. I'd feel like in the first game that they were just more of a sea kind of, like, aquamarine kind of blue, right? And I feel like that's kind of where they've settled, is this. I actually have the color like right here. This is what I use when I'm like Riku's eyes. I use this fucking kind of minty, like, Baja Blast color. Okay, the Baja Blast in his eyes. That's the color of Riku's eyes that I have settled on, because I feel like it's a good in between, because I like the intensity of the, like, bright kind of, like, that color he has, right? But I also really like green, and I like, more so, I like that, like, they have different colored eyes. Like, I like that Sora is blue, and then that Riku's is this kind of green adjacent, right? But, like, this really kind of similarly intense, like, bright color. I like these eyes are a little less intense now. I like the softer green. Boo! I want him to look freaky! I want you to be able to see his eyes at night. You know what I mean? Not even like cat reflection, though we can have that too because it's funny, but like one of those things where it's like, I swear to God, they're like radiating or something, you know, you look over and just like, yeah, he's got the Mako poisoning, exactly. But I do think it's something, there's something that's like, something about it is cute to me, where it's like, he's kind of got these, like, you can tell that people have like different, like, I don't know, biases, but also there is an interesting thing where oftentimes people get blue and green very overlapped and mixed. So sometimes you could say, oh, I want them green, and someone will put something that's very, what I would say, you know, blue, and they'll be like, this is, you probably, I'm not sure if you can see very well, but they're like, this is green. And I'm like, that is definitely more blue than green. Like, you know, the Miku hair color, like, question of like, what color is her hair? And I'm like, that really depends. She's definitely in her original art much more blue. It's kind of almost a teal, which is a blue-green, but it is a blue-leaning version of it. Aren't blue and green like the same word and concept? Yeah, kind of at its base. Like there is something that is to be said about like various cultures that don't have like a word for a certain color, so they all kind of get, because it's not just Japan, it happens in other places too, where it's like things just get kind of all mushed together. Yeah, it happens in a lot of languages historically, blue and green being distinct. Yeah, it's something that's like a thing. So, you know, and there's also something to be said for people's ability to perceive color, whether via color blindness or anything else, or, you know, the whole question of, does the red eye see the same red that you see? Though I think to some degree things I don't think we're all seeing like a weird mix of rainbow fucking colors, like barf bullshit everywhere, right? It's pretty consistent by like, I think we can measure like wavelengths and be like, that's red, you know, but whether you see it clearly or not. But anyway, I think it's cute when it's like, you see in game where it's like his eyes are a lot more like, I would say blue leaning, but like really intense. And then even in like the KH2, the KH2 opening, where you see him at the door and his eyes are a lot more green, and I'm like, there's somebody on the team that's like, I love green eyes. let's make him a little more green. I have to go throw a party. Thank you for streaming. Okay, alright, I'll make an announcement for a draw pile ahead of time, okay? Okay, happy birthday, Haven. Have a fun time. I'm inclined to be like, it's a what choice? KH2 Sora hair being lighter because of Rocket. Oh yeah, right, because like Roxas design. Oh, there we go. I was like, I know this is just a typo, but like I could not figure out what the word was supposed to be. It just wasn't clicking. Anyway, the whole, yeah, Sora having like lighter brown hair, and then it was like, it's because Roxas is in there and he's blonde, you know. It's just like, no, you're fine. Usually I'm fine with like having to put together whatever the word's supposed to be. This time it did not happen. But yeah, that's always a thing that could be, until it's explained. We're just like, well, they just can't seem to decide, because KH3, it's so not even the same, like, it's like so dark. They're like, the green is like so like almost kind of like olive, you know what I mean? It's so not even close to like a sea green. It's like forest green in a way that's like, this is a whole ass other color. You guys need to figure out like what it is here that you want to do. I would love consistency, because Sora's is fine, but Riku's, they're like, you know, because like I love green, obviously, right? But like I feel like something about like his eye color specifically in 3 is like not necessarily my favorite, because it's like a little, it's almost like kind of too dark. Like almost kind of muddy-ish, but not quite. It's just something where I'm like, oh, it's just it could just be a little more like saturated in color and just brighten just a little bit. And you could still leave it like green, but it doesn't like, it's just different. It's like way different in a way that I'm like, what the fucking, we can just tweak this a little bit and then it'll be like, I'm not saying you can't change it, but his eye color and the secret ending is so nice. Wow, hater moment. Yeah. I'm a big hater, as you can see. Oop. This intense teal fit his icy palette. Yeah, I can agree. Because I'm not saying it has to be that. And I'm not saying, like, I hate, obviously, them leaning into green eyes. I just think that there's a better green that they could be leaning into a little bit. Just bump it up just a little bit. It's like, it can still be soft, but I think there's like, it's not even like, you know, people can't have that eye color or something, but like part of it is like a readability for me where I'm like, it's so, like you sometimes you kind of lose like what color it is. I hate the intense navy blue. Yeah, it's like the color is like too... Again, a lot of this is like, you know who really needed green eyes? Yeah, Vexen could have used green eyes. But also he has like ice. So I you know, the blue is fine for like that. I agree to the KH3 coloring is not my favorite. I feel like 3 had its own. Yeah, that's where I think that the issue is, because like sometimes like the blue in Sora's eyes are kind of weird, you know, where before, like, things were obviously a lot brighter, but like I feel like the color saturation in Unreal sometimes sits in a really weird zone that I'm not always a fan of. And I feel like a lot of it was just them struggling with the engine, because like Kingdom Hearts is so much more about like the saturated colors of it all, you know? And like KH3 is notably, by comparison, desaturated. Fingers crossed for KH4 to fix it. I think just like them having experience with the engine will help a lot. I'm not too worried about it. I'm gonna say it was probably the engine, because I feel like there are other times too where things look better. You know what I mean? It can be kind of hit and miss when things look okay. And just going this last playthrough through KH3, which you guys were there for, you know, had a lot of me talking about how you can see the visual polish in the everything that they were doing in different parts of the game, but especially at the beginning, and how it was all like up here and then immediately goes, you know. The color saturation KH3 was a little strange. Like the leather on Hercules' armor was so dark it felt odd. Yeah, it is really dark. Also there's that tendency that everybody's skin looks really orange. You know, the colors were a little all over the place, and I feel like it would make sense that the green in Riku's eyes looked that way if there was too much of like a warm coloration on everything. So if you had a color that was more like I'm saying you could just do something like I'm gonna do this. Like this, right? I feel like this would be a little more, maybe it looks a little bright to you. On my screen, it looks just a little more like green. We can even go like down here a little bit, right? That's fine. I feel like if they wanted to hit a green, they would hit somewhere around here. But if you take, we'll just, overlaying might make it kind of bright. But if we put any kind of warmth over the whole thing, yeah, overlaying is not what I want. Multiply dark difference. How do I fucking... If you put a warm color over, like, green, it turns it, like, darker and kind of, like, this odd kind of color. Or, like... Yeah, that's more blue. Issue was very warm, wasn't it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that it's like, I'm starting to put together that I'm like, if they had a lot of orange going on, it's gonna take any of these colors and like it'll make it more brown. Which is, I'm like, his eyes are so, like, let's see if I can find it. The color. They're, like, in here. Ooh, that's the wrong layer. Just a bit. Even just kind of... It's like this. Where I would think that you would hit more here, because I think, like, in KH1, it's a lot more like this. You know what I mean? And I'm usually doing something at about, like, there. And so I feel like if they really wanted to go green, like, they could do something a little more like this, or, like, you know, in this realm a bit. And it's very, like, almost kind of brownish. And it's just, like, these are not the same colors. So I wouldn't be surprised. Because, like, it would also probably kind of dour the blue a little bit, which is why we would get these really intense, like, navy blues, where before Sora was much more like around here, I think. Maybe a little more like this, right? If I can put like a over. No, that's not doing it. I'm trying to think of a good way to... If I were just to put it, like, hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me bucket this shit here. Now we're just gonna... Multiply is gonna make it really dark. Really, it's gonna make it kind of bright in some ways, where, like, some things, like, pop out way more. Anyway. Let me look at what's being said. Let's see. Always want to listen to the fans and improve where they can. We even changed the CGI cutscene in KH3. And that was kind of unnecessary. Yeah, there are some things too where it's like some parts of that look better and some parts of it don't. And who knows if it was strictly because of the fans or if it was something that they were like, we are unhappy with and have the opportunity to fix it in a way that they wanted to. 2.9 was done on a different engine, or are the different models actually? Riku becomes more HD 2 after the Demon Tide. I mean, I don't think it was a different engine because they had started using Unreal with 0.2. And a lot of that was a carryover from that. It's just that they had a disproportionate time to work on that versus other parts of the game. First and last level KH4 2.5 years ago, and we haven't seen anything since. I really hope it won't be too long from now. Though we'll get KH4 in 10 years, people don't need the validation. Yeah, fuck those guys. Larian awards, still making my hands up. I might just want to avoid giving too many trailers. More secret ending blue and white lighting energy. Yeah, and even then that's like a nice like blue-green kind of color that they have going on. Definitely like the cool tones, right? But like, I don't know. I don't know how many effects describes Riku's eye colors. Sora, color of the sky, and Riku, color of the sea. He thinks maybe another anniversary announcement, but also this is Nomura, so it's probably going to be him waking up in a cold sweat at 2 a.m. on a random Tuesday and deciding it's time. Yeah, basically. Like, it went off because the video finished rendering. He's like, you know, he's like, upload it. Go, and he just drops it. Maybe just updated model when they gave him a haircut. Secret ending was so perfect. Yeah, the secret ending was like exactly as it was supposed to look. You know what I mean? Which gives me hope in the way that it's like, I don't think they like forgot how they're supposed to look. I just think that there are a lot of factors when it comes to making a game. There are many hands that it goes through, and Nomura obviously has his finger in every pie of the process. Every little part, right, he's checking in on. But sometimes it's just like, this looks fine, and we have to get it out. because you can tell there's a difference too in like even in like Nomura's art and like Riku's eye color and other stuff like that, where it's nothing crazy, but it's not like the same color as in game. But even then, the in-game models don't quite look exactly the same as what he drew, which is how we got like Riku's pants kind of looking how they do, which isn't terrible, but like some of the shape did not translate in the way that it was drawn. So now he's got more of a mom jeans look instead of just like a high-waisted pants look. Man understands color theory. Have you seen the box arts? I don't like the CGI Sora engaged. There's something freaky about his face. This is something that, like, so a lot of it is in the lips, is where the issue. And the thing is, they kind of still have this problem, and we noticed it in Final Fantasy VII, particularly in Rebirth, because it was something that we were like, yeah, a lot of these scenes look really good, but there's something wrong with, like, how much their lips stick out when they speak. Like, there's some bit of it that's, like, as if they had just gotten some, like, lip filler and they can't, like, their lips won't move naturally. There's something about the lips being a little out like this when they speak. It never, even if their mouth opens all the way, their lips are still a little, like, out. There's something about it. And I don't know what it is. In, like, in some scenes, it looks, like, way better. And in other scenes, it does not. And you can really see it in, like, Frozen. That one really stands out, even though a lot of the other stuff looks really good. Like, the recreation of Let It Go, the fact that they had to do that from the ground up, incredible. That shit looks, it looks amazing. You know what I mean? People mistake it for the movie. And we have even Pirates of the Caribbean, that shit looked fantastic. Again, they have reference for it, right? But, like, that was, like, there are a lot of, like, little moments where you're like, whoa, you know, little things. Like, you can still tell, you know, in pieces and parts that you're like, this is a game, this is a recreation. But there are things where they, like, really nail it that you're like, that looks real. And, like, other stuff, like, looks okay. Like, you don't have too much of the lip trouble for Sora in, like, the Pirates of the Caribbean scenes. Like, some people, like, I'm not saying it's perfect, it's not totally gone, but, like, it's much, much less, I think, because of everything around it. Kind of informing, like, how he's supposed to look and move. But there's a lot of little stuff like that where it's just like, why does he look that way? Like, the whole ending cutscene for KH3, not the best. I don't really like that scene. It's not fun to look at. All of the scenes of, like, and everybody's doing stuff and they're running around at the beach and, you know, Riku's picking everybody up and he's like, you know, and he shows up, get in, you know, we're going to the beach and all that stuff. That looks okay for the most part. You don't see too much. I think Roxas has the hey, you know, the lips as he's like, he gets ice cream. He's like, ah, they don't look great, right? But, like, particularly when they're all standing in the Ghibli graveyard and they're all just kind of around and, like, Sora's talking to them, it looked so much worse in the original. But in the updated version, it's better, but it's still there. And it's kind of not great looking. And they also did this thing where, like, the shines in the eyes are kind of fixed in a way that's, like, when Riku's, like, looking down or even, like, middle distance, like, the shine on his eyes are gone in a way that makes him look like half dead, which is a really odd choice. I don't know I don't know why that this was happening on, like, these big final scenes even after they fixed it. Like, some things, like, the lighting got improved in some ways, and then in other places they look way worse. I don't know what the fuck happened with Riku and Namine in that whole scene, like, other than they, like, toned down the expressions, which was really funny. I think the lighting looks worse. I think their skin looks more like plastic dolls. I think it looked better beforehand. But I think them on the beach is pretty okay. I just think they struggle with the lighting so bad that, like, it really affects all of it. And so then you can't not notice their mouths being really weird, which is why I partly think Pirates of the Caribbean looks better, even though it still has the odd lips here and there. But then you have, like, that weird wild jump in, like, even just the Verum Rex commercial and, like, the secret ending, or even the little epilogue with, like, Xigbar, Luxu, like all of that. That looks incredible. That looks fantastic. I don't know what the fuck happened. Why did they look so good there? It's literally like right after this other scene where everyone looks super strange and like rubbery and like they shouldn't be. Like, I don't know what's going on with lighting. Everything's so orange, you know? And then we have this one where it's like, oh, it's like orange, but in a way that's not like ill-fitting. Everybody looks good. The lip syncing is good. Like, there's nothing weird with like Xigbar's mouth or anybody talking. And even like Ericus and Xehanort in their little follow-up scene, they look great. So I don't know what happened. But it had to have been like time. Like, because they probably had these other follow-up, like that big stinger was probably way more decided upon ahead of time, where I know the ending of KH3, I'm not even trying, I know the ending of KH3 was such a bit of an issue of contention with Nomura because he couldn't really decide on how he this was there was a lot of pressure, you know what I mean? This was a huge deal, and so he rewrote the ending like a bunch of fucking times, and then he just went with the most straightforward one because it was like, just get it done, you know what I mean? This'll be fine. Just make it happen. And I think that probably compromised the time on it a little bit. But even so, even with having like a year for the DLC to come out, and like they did have some fixes and some things do look better, that scene still looks like it does, and it doesn't really look any better than before, just kind of different. Some things are improved, some things are made worse. So I don't really know. But I do think that Remind is a good showing that they had a much better handle on the system at that point. They had way more experience, so anything that they had kind of made in the allotted time that they were going to make it looks good. I think Remind looks good. I think on average, like the character acting and the new scenes and everything that they added look good. Because I'm like always looking for like, are their eyes moving? Are they just standing there at default talking? Is there like, you know, actual like direction for the scene of like character is like, you know, there's a difference between like character A and character B are standing there and going ba 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 ba, hand motions, right? But they're not really quite looking at them, but it's like, it's a video game, you can kind of excuse it, right? But then there's everything in Olympus where even the smallest of moments are like very finely crafted, where it's like Donald and Goofy aren't just fucking standing there looking into wherever, they are like looking at and being in the environment in a way that is like really noticeable between that and like, I think fucking Frozen probably had it worst, and that there are so many times you like, and you fell down, and then they're standing there, and then they're like talking about what to do next, and they're just kind of like, let's go, you know. It's not great. But I feel like, you know, where you can see that up and down and dip in quality in KH3, and like you can see what they're very capable of if they have the time. I think even 0.2 has great direction with all of like Aqua's literally not even talking to people most of the game, right? And she's there like you can see it on her face what she's going through. Like they never let a moment lie. They never let something just sit there and have her just speak out into the void, right? It's all acted out, and it's very good for it. But KH3 is a much bigger project with a much higher pressure, with not as much time that they needed, and I think that shows, but I think it's something that they're getting better about. Anyway, that's all to say that, like, I think the colors in KH3 are kind of weird, and sometimes they're better than others, and I think that maybe the lighting, when it's too warm, fucks everything up. Their skin tone looks bad. Their eye color is weird. You know, like a lot of this stuff is like, not the best. So, there you go. That's all. KH4 is running into... Hades makes me so excited for the character acting. The shaking in fear and the jump of the whistle blow sound effect. I think yeah, I know. That was something that was so like, oh, you know, video games. That was like such a relief to see. Not just because like, wow, I'm so excited that they're still going to be there, but like also tonally and like the humor and again, the character acting. But it was like, it all looked really good was shot well, you know. That's another thing, is that like you have to pay attention to like, what is the camera doing? And are we just kind of looking at them standing there? Are we just reverse shot, you know, like them talking? Or are we being like shown something? Is the camera like helping evoke the mood, or like anything that we're supposed to be noticing or picking up? Or, you know, there are purposes to camera shots and angles and distance, you know, whether we're close up or whether we're far away, or the information that's giving us, right? And video games for a very long time obviously have been afforded the like, okay, you can kind of just have them talk and then move on. But I think it very much stands out when there is a lot of thought put into that visual direction. Again, play mouthwashing is really good. There are a lot of really cool shots in that game that like stood out to me. Not just because like, wow, that's cool imagery. Like, I'm like, this is telling you something, and it's very good. So anyway, Cage 4 looks very promising, even though we only saw like just a little bit, right? But like, yeah, remember how I famously hate trailers? The Cage 4 trailer is basically a short. It has its own song that was composed for it, and I love that thing. I'm not saying every single one has to be that way, but I'm just saying sometimes there are better ways to make a trailer than just, you know, in a world. And like just the same shit over and over. I hate movie trailers. I hate them. I hate them. Anyway, I could talk about Kingdom Hearts all day long. I was supposed to be drawing and doing stuff, but like, you know, this is fine too. This is always what happens. Is that because they shed so much extra story weight in KH3? It's gonna be so good. Yeah, it's true. That's, I think, another reason why KH4 is so exciting, is that like KH3, we more or less knew what to expect, which I think was partly its downfall, because people had a lot of expectations, right? They had a lot of, you know, ways they had imagined things were going to play out, and when it wasn't that, you know, people were mad. You know, there are other reasons to be disappointed, sure, but like, I think it was way more that than people realize. People don't want to admit that they set themselves up for failure, and that it's not the video game's fault, but maybe there is just a little bit. But because KH4 is very like, we don't know what to expect, like we don't have some like, you know, we don't have all of our little pieces primed and pointing to this one thing where like a Keyblade War is going to happen and we're probably going to save all the guys, you know what I mean? Now it's like, well, we don't really know shit about Quadratum. We don't know really anything about Yozora outside of scraps that we have been given. You know, we don't truly know what he's like as a character. You know, very tantalizing mystery. Like we see little glimpses and stuff, but like we don't really know what we're getting into, moving into it's completely uncharted territory. Soriku War is gonna happen. Yeah. And I feel like that, like, you know, when you're following along with the story in the way that we are, that there is a reasonable expectation. Like, we kind of know probably what to expect. Ooh, not good. Can't listen to it. I'm sorry. Is this in mine? Last question. Do we think there's going to be significant Soriku development as in actual things, no subtext this time? Do we think it will be more directly addressed, or Sora's lack of knowledge of romance? I mean, yes, I think so. I am not biased. You can be biased, but you can also just look at what they have set up. Like, you know, sure, with KH3, we had a lot of plot points that were set up that we knew were coming. Again, we knew there was going to be Keyblade War. We knew we were going to fight Xehanort. We knew that there was a new Organization 13. You know, we knew that we were probably going to save the guys. You know, we had all of these bits and pieces. You know, Kairi was, like, training, and that amounted to what it did. And then we know, you know, we knew that, like, Axel has a Keyblade now. You know, there were a bunch of like things that we were like, cool, we know what to expect going into this. And then KH4, we generally don't. But like I said before, if you're following the story in the way that we are, where several things leading up to it at this point now have not surprised and or has fallen exactly in line to what, like, we're expecting, or, like, at least I was like, yeah, this is probably gonna happen. Like, you know, we got a leak that Fairy Godmother was gonna be in Remind, and then we were like, she's probably gonna talk to Riku. And a lot of people have no context to inform them of that expectation. They do not have any idea why that would be the case. And then it was exactly that. Because of the reasons we think. You know what I mean? That Fairy Godmother was going to go talk to Riku about his gay little dreams and send him on his way somewhere, right? And it was true. That's what happened. And it kind of keeps doing that. So as far as having some kind of expectation or understanding of where the story's to go, it's not unreasonable to expect, especially because they've been going out of their way in even supplemental material, as well as brought up and not quite addressed in KH3, but like Sora's lack of understanding of romantic love, right? Not only was it brought up in Pirates of the Caribbean, for some people, seemingly out of nowhere, and then like, they go, well, I guess it was resolved because he's definitely with Kairi now. I even though I think that scene was weird and it could have been, but you know, Nomura just doesn't know what he's doing, instead of just going like, maybe they just didn't get together because they didn't get together and that's still an open plot thread, but okay, that's fine. But we have that brought up in game, and then they have further pursued it in supplemental material, i.e. the character files and so on, that like he genuinely is like, I don't know what this is supposed to feel like. So I would be shocked, gagged, even if it was not brought up nary a single time moving forward, seeing as now it's just set up that like Sora is by himself. Sora is set, like he needs some kind of self-reflection and exploration. We know things like not fake nominee is still an open plot point, not just because it hasn't been addressed, but because Nomura drew attention to it to be, that still needs to be addressed, keep an eye out. And that would only have things to do with like, hey Sora, you know, all the stuff that you fucking forgot, all of these like important things. It all lends itself to Sora needs to do self-reflection, Sora needs to remember things, Sora needs to figure out who he is and what people mean to him, you know. All these questions are rattling around in his brain, and now we have the setup to do it. And I just don't foresee that happening, and it not in any way addressing, you know, his own feelings and priorities and his relationship to his best friend, because that too was brought into question. You know what I mean? So it's something where it's like, unless everything just went ignored for no reason, pretty reasonable to expect that these things will be addressed and possibly more overt. Hold on, now I gotta backtrack. I gotta see. Biased because I have eyeballs. My eyeballs see gay. If I'm really so wrong, why do I keep being right? Exactly. If I am so off base, why do I keep being correct? All right, when is the house of cards gonna fall down? Because I just keep seeing them add to it. You know, they're really building a foundation down there. It's crazy, like busy little ants. That. Both Nameless Star. Riku and Nameless Star say the same thing. Oh yeah. Their Yume, their dream. And Sora's fruit moment. Oh right, you were right. What you were talking about in Discord. It's crazy how they put Sora wondering if Riku and him are like siblings, but is doubtful, and outright stating he's pretended to act like an older brother poorly, and questions when that changed. Yeah, the fact that both of those exist, and then also Sora going, you know, I don't understand romantic love. I'm seeing all of this. I look at Belle and Beast. I look at all of these Disney couples. When is he gonna get it that he's straight? You know, it's so like, maybe it's not that. Do you ever think to ask that maybe they're setting up him discovering it's not that thing that's in his face because it keeps not clicking. Maybe it's not that thing, you know? I sincerely hope that Sora doesn't lose his memory in Quadratum like some people expect. I think this should be time for him to actually explore himself fully. See, that's about where I sit too. I mean, I'm all for the drama, don't get me wrong, because it would be very dramatic, but it also would slow the pace way the fuck down. And I think sometimes something like that where it's like, it's more short term where it's like, and he doesn't remember Riku because we want the payoff of like, and then he does remember Riku and then yippee, and then they kiss or something, right? And it's just like, they need time. And there are too many things that like, I feel that need to go addressed that like would be difficult if Sora did not have his memories. Though I'm not against there being some kind of fuckery. And I'm not saying we can't have fun with the idea, but I do think that, like, when it is about self-reflection, like, there may be a point where, like, we need to break everything down and put it back together again for a bit, because, like, you know, he's got a bunch of shit. Like, if it's very much like, hey, you know, memories are links in a chain, and, like, you know, Naminé had to break things apart, so, like, they had to forget stuff so she could put this kind of reconstructed stuff in for their own gain. And I say they are, like, you know, not just Naminé, but all the organization and so on. That, like, I feel like to access those other, like, they had to recreate the chain of memories that existed beforehand, and so he can't remember what happened in Castle Oblivion. So I feel like if he were to actually explore that, they may have to, like, break it again, you know? Like resetting a badly healed bone, that sometimes you gotta break it again so you can have it heal right this time. And that's kind of my expectation, is like we might get something akin to that versus him just not knowing who Riku is. Because I do think it's very pointed that in Chain of Memories, you know, he forgets who Kairi is, obviously. Like, Naminé is kind of like slips herself in there. But, like, he never forgets Riku. And Riku's not necessarily, like, he's not necessary for the meteor shower memory as far as Naminé's inclusion is concerned. Because she's kind of, like, if it's because she has to replace him, that is a statement all its own. But, like, it's something that it's, like, if you were to look at it on a surface level, right, that, like, he can forget everyone and everything, and it's just supposed to be him and, like, Naminé. Like, Riku kind of gets in the way of that, but he never forgets Riku. And then at the same time, Riku never truly forgets Sora, even though literally everyone, his own parents included, do not remember him. And I make that point because Nomura said it. He was like, on the islands, people's memory runs as, like, there was a storm, and then Sora and Riku disappeared. And then when Chain of Memories happens, it was basically, there was a storm, and on the night of the storm, Riku disappeared. And that's all people have. And then once they remember again, it's like, oh yeah, Sora and Riku disappeared, right? So it's like, his parents, nobody on the islands, like, remembers Sora when they take the stuff away, but Riku does. There's nothing preventing people from learning about Sora, but, like, people who had memories, because remember, they're all, like, linked together, right? People who had memories with him, like, forgot, basically. And, like, Riku's probably one of the people who would have the most memories with him, and he still remembers him when nobody else is supposed to. Like, he remembers him and his importance. They do talk about how, like, you know, some things remain foggy. Like, he's like, I can't, like, he knows he's missing stuff, but he knows who Sora is. He knows what he did to Sora. He has the guilt, you know, and he remembers how important he is to him, right? And so I think that's really, really pointed, that, like, the both of them in circumstances where they definitely should have and could have completely forgotten about the other person, never did, ever, not even once. And so, like, yeah, like, Riku had lost memories of Sora, never forgot him, or, you know, how special and important and his best friend he is for him, right? But in the same way that, like, Sora has obviously clearly forgotten things, some important things, perhaps traumatic things to do with Riku, it's not like he forgot Riku. You know what I mean? So I think that, like, there's going to be stuff that they're gonna have to dig up, but I don't think that he ever would completely forget. Watch me be, like, totally wrong or something, but, like, I feel like there's enough that has been consistent. They're actually shockingly consistent about this kind of thing. That, like, I think both just in a narrative sense that, like, it would slow the pace down if Sora just had no memories and we had to work bottom up again or whatever the fuck. But also, like, you know, for his own, like, character development and, like, having to explore. But also there's even, like, in-universe reasons that would be, like, he'd probably, even if he lost it all like he did before, that he'd still remember who Riku is. Anyway, let's reuse the 72 stripes of Listerine breath strips. Pound of ice, McDonald's Sprite in my mouth. Can you hear the construction down the base? Can't wait for Suriku to begin just so people can make Zigbar's line of Cage 2 a meme. It means he's straight as an arrow. Yeah. Do Sora obsessed. Riku keeps pictures of him in his wallet. People rationalize that Naminé just excluded Riku from the memory wipe because he's part of the plan, but the novels confirm that he actually has lost his memory, just not of Sora as a person. He knows he has a Sora-shaped hole in his heart, yeah. I can't answer that still. What is Sora to you? Anyone? Anyway, there, I caught up. So there you have it. I feel like in there's gonna be, like, some breakdown of, like, memory stuff and, like, character exploration and, like, a question of, like, priorities and, like, feelings and, like, what Sora wants for himself, because there's obviously a lot of self-sacrifice. There's a lot of lack of confidence, etc., etc. Like, he's gonna have to figure his own shit out, right? And the only person who has left to go find him is Riku. Riku, who is also very much in the position and experience of this, of, like, figuring your shit out. And I think it's, like, Riku's not gonna give him the answers, but I feel like, you know, this will play some part in things. Oh yeah. Kinda gets it now, doesn't he? What Riku wants that he refuses to admit. I'm of the mind that I think he probably kind of knew, but wasn't ready to admit it to himself. Like, he's not stupid, you know what I mean? As much as he does stupid things, smart people do stupid things. I think that's always important to remember. And, you know, I think, like, he obviously recognized that, like, he had, like, complicated feelings and a lot of this stuff that he could just attribute to and focus on the guilt that he felt. But there is a point where it's like, there's something more going on here, and I think he's very aware of that, and he doesn't want to admit it to himself. The distance between KH2 or even, like, parts of, like, 358, right? Like, just KH2 into, like, Dream Drop is a very short period of time. And I think that, like, definitely during KH2, like, he still feels very guilty, but there's definitely, like, I think he can recognize that there's something more going on underneath the surface that he doesn't want to look at, right? So he just focuses on his guilt and trying to do right by Sora. But that doesn't mean he's not aware that he probably has feelings that he just doesn't want to, he's not gonna deal with that right now. You know what I mean? But, like, Dream Drop Distance is him having to face himself, like, having the things that he kind of already knew was there. Like, Dream Drop Distance is the, oh, yeah, okay. I mean, not like the, oh, as if he didn't know. It's just one of those things, because it's like, even just with the scene with Esmeralda and how it's phrased is very much like there is something there that he's not ready to face or bring to light, or, you know, obviously he's not sharing, he'd rather be dead, but like before he shares what's there. But like Dream Drop Distance is like an acceptance to himself that this is what it is. But I think that he definitely knew, which is why, you know, he knew that there was something there. He knew that it was different. He knew that it was like charged, and that it was probably exactly the thing that he thinks it is, you know. Which is like why it would catch him off guard when like Axel would ask him that, because like why wouldn't he be able to just say, well, he's my best friend, you know? But it's because that he can't put it concisely, that he can't admit to what might be there, that he, you know, he stops. And then, you know, Naminé has to fucking like, it's because they're best friends, you know? And he's just like, oh my god. Because it's like, I think that, you know, it's definitely been the case that like he probably was like kind of always had feelings for him, but like, you know, when you don't have like a, you don't have a framework, or you know, everything's been telling you that like romance and other expectations like that are like one way and one way only, that like you do not have the framework to understand what you're feeling, which is like what Sora's currently going through, is that like, you know, he doesn't fit into this. And so he's probably gonna be thinking like, I guess it's not for me, I don't know. Which again is a very familiar queer experience, right? But like, it's just something that's like, you know, it's not just because he was like upset in KH1 that he lashed out. Like he was upset for a reason, you know? It wasn't just like, as Tennille would always stress, that it's not just because there's darkness. Like darkness isn't just darkness for darkness's sake. Like it is people's thoughts and feelings and motivations kind of, you know, gone extreme in a way that's like, this came from somewhere. These insecurities and anger and like attention seeking and focus on Sora come from somewhere. He just didn't know what they were at the time. There could be something there that was there the whole time. Ajinamo to Taisetsu no Hito wasn't evolution of feelings, it was just figuring them out. Yeah, exactly. It's like you can have a crush on somebody at the tender age of 5, you know? That happens to all ages, it doesn't matter, you know what I mean? Even if you don't know what it is, because you're like 5 years old, right? And the fact that they like go out of their way to be like, here's the journal entry for fucking Riku, and it's just like he cares deeply about his best friend Sora. Oh wait, hold on, what's going on? What's this? I think I hear something coming. What's Riku? Yeah, but you know about this, right? I'm sure you've seen my streams. But you know about how this is Riku, right? In the credits. You never caught that? I fucking love this whole bit. Because everybody has like a little part they come in on, and they have their own little part of the music and everything. And it sure is just like, oh, the part of the song where it slows down and Riku comes in on the really tentative like flute noise, and then it slowly plays. It plays the slow down part of the whole song, because it's all a very up-tempo like march version of the KH1 credits. And then they were like, we gotta slow down for a moment. We gotta play Dearly Beloved. This is Riku's time. I'm gonna pull it up so we can look at it. Give me a second. Like, it's all like such wonderful choices and everything. Put this over here. Let's see what's going on here. Can I just... Perfect. Okay. Well, you guys talking to fellow KH and Suryu fans, always a blast. See, that's why it keeps me from drawing, right? I'm just like, I can speak ad nauseum about this thing that lives in my brain literally every day of my life. One pack gone. Can you send that to me for context really quick? I mean, I know, but for everybody else. Because that fucking video is, please get it for me so you can know what Canary's talking about every time. It's just like fucking Soriku is my guy with 76 strips of Listerine, McDonald's, Sprite, dry ice, fucking... We need it. This fucking kills me. Ugh. Okay.
Old spray. 72 Listerine breast strips. A pound of dry ice. Whoa! This is the world's coldest McDonald's Sprite. One pack gone. Second pack is gone. Third pack is gone. My breath smells good as fuck. Sprite time. McDonald's Sprite.
Holy
72
Christ.
Listerine breast strips.
70.
A pound of dry ice.
McDonald's Sprite. 72 Listerine breath strips. A pound of dry ice. Anyway. That's what Canary means when it's just like Soriku is the fucking 72 Listerine strips, McDonald's Sprite, you know? Anyway, we're gonna watch the whole thing because it's really nice, and like I want everybody to pay attention to like, oh, when they choose to have people come in, and it's all very like put together with the music. Everybody has their little lead in, you know. This quality looks like dog shit. Are you okay? What the fuck? 360, get out of here. Gross. There we go. Get some King Hearts reverse time. And it still kills me. Kyrie's not in the credits. It's ridiculous. A pillar that says Aurora and scholar writing. Just found that today. Interesting. And I think that's so cute. Like the little like slide in, you know. Such a cute little noise for them too. Like everyone's coming in, you know, hanging out for a moment. I think it's so sweet. perks here. I think it's so sweet. I think it's so sweet that he has like a little like flying kind of animation. Because I guess outside of like Peter, right? None of them like really fly to my memory. I don't think they are a part of any of the memory dives. Yeah. We don't see them fly at any point. So they're like, okay, let's put him in, you know, everybody's kind of like, fun. You know, Simba, fuck him. He's a lion. He's gonna run. So cute. Sorry, excuse me. They slow down a little bit, and there's a little bit of Dear the Beloved, just like a tiny bit for here, and then we immediately pick it back up. See, and I think that's super sweet. And we get Roxas, and it feels good. It's like finally, yes, you know. It's such a sweet part. Here they are. Roxas sounds like we're really so great. Like it's something where it's like this particularly for like the 358, like the Days crew feels like, you know, this kind of like happy like celebration of like fucking finally, you know, like it feels very earned in a way that's just like yes, you know. And then see, this is cute. They think about the transitions where it's like, okay, we're gonna go into the, you know, the Wayfinders, but then we're gonna have Ventus come in, so it's Sora, Roxas, and Ventus all together. And then that's how they transition into we have them. And I think that's very sweet. And then we have Mickey. And it's cute. We have Mickey and Aqua. See, that's so sweet. And then here comes Riku. Now hold on. The most gentle little part. It starts to swell. You know, and then Mickey falls away, and then it's just the two of them, and they're dream eaters. Just really beloved. It's just them, you know? And then we come back and all the reprise is happening. Everybody's coming back, you know. A little... Okay, fine, whatever, I get it. Everybody's coming in! Yay! No Kairi! Kairi doesn't get a moment. It's fine. It's whatever. Everybody's here! It makes me emotional. There you have it. That's the whole credits to Melody of Memory, the game that's like a celebration of the series. the song itself is an up-tempo, like, march, like, version of, like, the KH1 credits music, which is really, really sweet, in my opinion. It's fun, like, to take that and then to, like, really make it, like, this, you know, a celebration, you know what I mean? But, like, yeah, it is just, like, oh, cool, like, they do take the time to, like, it's the fact that it's, like, the soft, like, it's so, you know, like, it's, like, shy. You know what I mean? It's, like, shy in how it comes in. It's so, like, tentative, like... We're looking at it again. It's so gentle. The little careful little strings, you know, and like the slow kind of swell to it. It's very, like, you know, it's very sweet and soft and, like, just gentle and careful, you know, like, we don't, you know, is this okay? You know, is it like we're gonna slip into it and then, you know. Treats Riku as this three-edged sword. He really is just a massive sweetheart with a heart of gold. Like, almost inquisitive. It's like someone shyly, like, nudging your hand with their pinky. Yeah, exactly. It's almost like a very, like, had worked up the courage to ask if you can have this dance. You know what I mean? That's that, all that. So there you go. So that's why every time, because it's in my rotation of music playing and everything, and I always hear the lead up and I go, what's that? In the distance, can you hear it? And it's Riku. It's that part where he fucking comes in and it's so like, considering this is Riku's first true step towards his happily ever after, it makes sense. You're right. It's like if Sora was dancing with everyone, and then Riku asks if he can dance with Sora. Oh, okay, sure. You want me to smash your head? Wait, no, I need sound accompaniment. There. I'll fucking crush. That's what like the picture of the ape there that's just like gonna kill you. Tearing up right now, I feel crazy. Well, yeah, that's how it goes, you know. Anyway, back here. Go back over here. There, see, we were right at the end of it. We just listened to it literally like twice, so we can just go over here to the next song. It's fine. But anyway, point is, it's incredibly consistent. Every little opportunity. Like the fact that the fact that the... Have you even drawn anything? Not really. The fact that in Melody of Memory in the first place, it is like, they were like, hey, here we go, guys, we made multiplayer for you. I know we went out of our way to add, like, every character, but you can only play as Sora and Riku. That's it. Like, no character select, no nothing, it's just, and it's not even like they reused Riku that they already had. Like, they had Dream Drop Riku made and ready. He was right there, and they were like, we need to make him match. It is KH1, Sora, and Riku. There for the co-op. Only these two. That's it. And I swear to God, and I'll never find it. I don't know why. I promise you I'm not making this up. I read it with my own eyes. Okay, I fucking swear to you, okay, that there was a follow-up interview about the game that was talking to the developers for Melody of Memory, and they had said that, like, Nomura had specifically requested that they make this, like, co-op mode, even though it was, like, extra work, but he really wanted it. And I remember this, and I was like, wow, that's crazy. You know, oh, no fucking way. Because I even remember specifically when they were showcasing the game that he was like, play the co-op, and then they play it once, and then he's like, do it again. And then they play a second song. Like, I remember that one you could probably find the footage of, but like the interview, I swear to God, they had talked about how it was just like Nomura's request that they put that in, and they're like, that's gonna be kind of difficult, and he was like, if you could find a way, please, you know. And so they did. But I've never been able to go back and find that, and I went on an extensive search to try and find it, and it's just nowhere that I can see, or it's just not archived in like KH Insider or something. I don't know what it is, but anyway. His render with the hand outstretched, yes. And the fact that they also have swapped, like, colors, like, Sora has, like, blue, and, like, Riku has red in the co-op mode specifically. Like, they are swapped, and I think that's very cute and pointed. I also think it's super cute when you're playing and how you can, one, obviously heal each other, but you can also attack each other's, like, enemies and so on. And it's very just like, like, it could have just been like a versus mode, it could have been like anything, but it's very much like it's these two specifically, and also they're both completing halves of the songs for each other. Like, it's co-op, it's working together. Not like the versus mode exists, even though nobody plays it anymore. Like, but it's there, and they're just like, here's your co-op, here's your select songs, here's Sora and Riku specifically only. And it's cute, and I love them. Somebody's kind of cute. Yeah, I had a bunch of shit going on. I think I had some. Did I have other doodles? Oh yeah, these are like my finished ones. Did I put this up? Look at this Sora I drew. I remember this now. What happened to him? What did I do with him? Did I not use him? Did I not finish this guy? Because I finished the Vanitas, and I did a lot of these. There's this off. Let me see. Beepy. I made Beepy. I did these. Where's the color? What am I fucking doing? Because where are the finished versions? They must be in their own little file, I think. The man needs his Suriku mode. No, everybody I heard Suriku for a long time now, but seriously, after everything you, Danielle, and Howler have shown me, I will never let myself be gaslit into believing that me seeing them as possibly canonically romantic is being delusional. Yeah, I think it's important to be able to go, like, I'm just reading what's there. Whether it happens or not, I think it's important to, like, have your own, like, understanding of the text, you know what I mean? And also an understanding that if it somehow didn't happen, that it's still also just as likely that things got in the way of it happening, because we still live in a world where people can't just be gay. So, you know, it's something where it's like, there is a long, long history of people with much purpose either putting themselves or people they know into the things that they create, because that's the world we live in. People want to see themselves on screen in stories, you know, they want to exist along with everybody else. And, you know, there's plenty of history too, like people reading, hey, that's kind of gay, and then the people who made it going, yep, we did that on purpose. You know what I mean? And so it's not like impossible by any means, like any stretch of the word. It's like there have, you know, been like correct gay readings on a whole lot less. and many other things that, like, looking at this and going, pretty sure that this is just trying to be gay. I'm pretty sure they're giving me everything for, two boys, you know, go through their very relatable, though fantastical, queer experiences, figuring themselves out and their feelings for each other. Mickey Mouse is also there. And that's just the hand we're being dealt, you know? And I'm just looking at it. Dog, I'm go fish, you know? Do you have a 2? I know you have a 2. You told me you have a 2. Thank you. Nomura is literally, like, showing us his go fish hand. You know what I mean? It's called being hopeful and believing in your dreams. Believing in the power of true love. It's called having whimsy in your heart. You know what I mean? Glad to see you're still talking about Surigu. Of course. Well, it's been a bit since I streamed. And people were ready to talk to me about it. So here I am. I barely have been basically not drawing this whole time. That always happens. You know, what is there to do? Okay, these were like, I remember I would draw in them and then I would take them over to a template and then I would like color them over there basically so I don't have to deal with a whole bunch of shit over here. There's a bunch of stuff. I had this scribbled out and then I had that axle basically done because I kept scribbling it and then I was like, well, it's more or less it. Yeah, confused. That makes sense. Oh, let's see. I actually have to go to the bathroom. Really, what would we be talking about? How much more weight to Riku having feelings for Sora compared to the whole he loved Kairi and Naminé? I think that part is as explicit as it can be without saying it outright. Sora is the one people struggle with. Yes, for sure. And I think that is about to... I think they're gonna start really pulling the, you know... pulling the sheet off of that one here soon. Because it's really, like, his turn for stuff. It's, like, things that... He's a character that, like, if you pay attention, like, you can see, like, people were kind of blindsided by Sora's, like... lack of confidence and breakdown in KH3, but like you can see it. It's there. You know, there are plenty of moments that like you are visibly watching him like stuff it down. You know what I mean? It's out there. It's okay if people forget. It's okay if people like didn't notice, you know, stuff like that. But like it's something that's like not as like his journey isn't necessarily about that, where like Riku's is about all this. So like, you know, it can be easier to miss for Sora, but it's definitely been there. And so I think in equal parts, I think it's pretty obvious to see that, like, at least to me, you know, that, like, Sora definitely already has, like, he's head over heels for that guy, and he has been for a very long time. But he has no frame of reference to know that it's, like, romantic in nature, I guess. Like, and not to make that like it's like a one note kind of thing like people want to think it is. Like, that's his best friend. He loves and admires that guy. He thinks he's the bee's knees, you know what I mean? But like, it's in a way that it's like, it's hilariously, as many a queer person can tell you, they can look back on stuff where they were so on about somebody and they did not realize. They're like, oh, I'm gay, and it was really obvious, but I didn't know. You know what I mean? Like, the way Sora acts around him is very, like, once he knows, he might go, you know, oh, yeah, oh, God, you know. Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn it back down. For me, it's kind of quiet out of my speakers, so I couldn't tell that it was, like, loud. There, is that better? Also, this is the KH1 credits. It may sound familiar because it is the Melody of Memories credits. So, but this one's slow. I like it loud. Well, too bad. People need to hear me talk. Okay, that's what they're here for. Shannon. Okay, wait, I almost forgot. I have to go to the bathroom. I will be right back, okay? Real quick. Real quick. Hello, I'm back. Hi. Sorry, it took a moment. Oh. I returned. Hello, everybody. I was catching up on the chat a little bit. I was reading what you were talking about, yeah. Or just... It's Sariku, you know? I was seeing you guys talking about the interlocking of fingers. It happens in Kingdom Hearts, like, varies between people. Sora and Kairi interlock fingers for a small moment. Yeah. Hold on. I'll be right back. Yeah. Hi, sorry. Everybody got home at once. Okay? Did he? Where? Now they're telling me baby cat threw up huge style. When did this, what is happening? Everything is happening at once, okay? A bunch of people got home all of a sudden. I was like, I'm hearing people, huh? And then, you know, I was like, oh, okay, people are back. And then I had to, you know, then pop off really quick. And then now they're like, well, we want to show you things. I'm like, okay. And then now apparently baby cat threw up. So like, give me just a few minutes and we'll return to this, okay? It's at least been a couple hours, almost 3 hours. If I have to stop early, we'll see. I don't think so, but give me just a few real quick, okay? I have to at least go assess apparently the cat barf. So I'll be right back, okay? Okay, and then maybe we can draw and continue to talk or however things were going. All right. All right. Thank you for being patient. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I'm really sorry about that. I was being shown everything. They went to almost like a convention of like a garage sale. So it's a lot of people having, you know, everybody has their little like designated area and then they're just hawking their shit, you know, not quite a flea market, but it is the Northwest's biggest garage sale is what it's called. And so they had a bunch of just stuff that they had gotten and I was being shown all of it. And that took some time, and then I got a little distracted in the conversation, as you do when friends show up. My bad, but I'm here now. Sorry for making you wait. Thank you for waiting if you were waiting. And I forgot to run an ad. Oh well. Oh well, too bad. So sad. Hi, everybody. Anyway. Sheesh. Artificially, like, inflating that runtime. Don't mind it or me. Where am I? What's going on? What's going on? We're going to this. Where are we? Where's this? Hey, I look over at the Discord. I see that Trix got my lanyard. Let me see if I can continue this one I had already started. Where the hell is this? There. Not there. Where are you? Ah. Use low HP sprite engage 3 look like that. When he's like that one? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. His princess face, where he's like, he's there and he's got his little hand like this. He's like, ugh. like this. There you go. That one. What are we playing? What is it? Okay, Hollow Bastion. Okay, we're good. Gotta double check. I see real people and I go, now hold on. What are we listening to? Can't break his heart ever, not allowed. I think his heart will probably break at some point. And we're gonna have to see it. Okay, the only thing is I would probably take this and make it bigger. Bigger. Like so. Riku, I don't know. True if it costs. I'll kill for him. I know. We'll get it, but there's no way. No, because Nomura also loves the drama. Is the thing. That dude loves drama. We will get drama. It will not be easy, but it probably will happen. You know what I mean? love drama. Like, okay, I get it. But also... Yeah. I like have her ear there, but her ear does not show up. Okay, kind of off topic, but like, didn't back cover really just feel like more of a play than a movie? With the way the dialogue was written, and the almost like sets and scenes it has and stuff, it feels like an ancient Greek drama play more than it feels like a movie. Really fun to view it that way. You know, I think that's a very interesting way to look at it, because I think you're right. It's very like, because Nomura's directed movies before, you know, he directed Advent Children, and I think that's a perfectly cohesive film, despite what a lot of people wanted to say about it. I think it's totally fine. But it really is like, this one takes like, you know, like scene by scene, really like we are spending some time with these two characters doing a thing in this one set, like in that one room. And then we get to see them, you know, and then the next person comes in, it's like, it's all about, like, that character, and it's, like, you know, the act of blah, 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 and, like, they do this over and over in a way that's very, like, it feels like, yeah, I think, like, thinking of it like a play is a pretty interesting and also correct way. You know, I think you're right. Hi, baby. I want more cheek. Do I want you to look like this? Do I want to do like blue? Ah, forced memory. I really want this to evoke a big, like someone just asked her, like, a weird fucking commission, you know? She's like, mm. Leon and Mindy were really all taking part in Mom's play, isn't it? Like, they each have their set role and part to play in the story. The animal masks. Were theater masks like a thing? Yes, they were. Very much so. You would wear, like, these big masks. Or if that's on purpose, and that's why they have their masks. There's probably multiple reasons why they have their masks, but I think you'll have a very good comparison point here to be made, that, like, because it is all very much, as we know, even just as the audience, that, like, he's orchestrating this, you know what I mean? So I think it's fair to say that it's, like, you know, like, Master of Masters is like a composer in a sense, that, like, he's really crafting, like, he has this long running scheme plan thing that I don't think is necessarily evil as much as complex. And he seems very, like, morally gray, you know, there is a chaos to him that's not, like, necessarily, like, there's nothing personal to, like, what's being done to other people, but it's not without care for them, as he even says, like, oh, with everything to do with like Cucks, right? That he's like, because Lushu's just like, what happens to everybody? You know, like, they're just gonna, die there? Like, what's going on? And he's like, no, like, they're gonna go to sleep, it's gonna be fine. And I'm doing this with the contingency plan that we'll be getting them out. There should be a way that we can save everybody. But we'll just have to see how that goes. Don't be sorry. I like to read it, and I like to engage with it, so we're subtly working his way up to get his musical greenlit. I hope so. Dude, I fucking hope so. People act like they're like, oh boy, good thing we dodged that bullet. The only thing I would be happy about them not doing it is that now he has to do it now for what I want. You gotta do the musical shit, but now it's in Kingdom Hearts. Like, I mean, that already existed, obviously, with Atlantica, but not in the way that he was talking about it before. Anyway, if we get, like, musical elements, or, like, they have to sing, and Riku has to sing, I get everything I want in this series. You know what I mean? I got a rhythm game just like I wanted. they all had fun little textured lines. And I am not using a textured brush whatsoever right now. Isn't Nero an actual singer? Yeah, I believe he did Idlework. Oh, please, that would be the best day in the history of the planet. I don't like musicals that much, but making them sing would be so amazing. Can't make Mr. Perfect good at everything, including singing. I appreciate Lana so much for the fact that we at least get Solo doing that. It's so cute. It's so cringe. See, I don't even think it's that cringe. Like, I liked it even when I was young, when it was shown to me, and I was like, oh my god, this is really sweet. Like, I think the hang-ups that if their true critique for it is that, like, yeah, lyrically the original songs aren't that great, but I think that's where you just need a lyricist to step in. Shimomura did talk about that, like, yeah, making the music and everything and, like, doing stuff with the words, that shit was hard. And it's like, yeah, it is hard. That's just, like, you're not a lyricist, it's fine. So I feel like, you know, if it were perhaps actually just, like, working with somebody who, because it's like, it's, one, she's not a lyricist, and then it's also getting translated. It's not the worst thing or anything, but it's definitely clunky. It doesn't make for a good, catchy song, you know? It's simply fine. But, it's something where it's like, if maybe a few more people were involved in the actual, like, lyrical part of it, and then, like, the translation of that, you know, perhaps doing both of these things at the same time to make sure you're kind of conveying what you want. Because even, like, you know, even, like, Utada can't, like, they've talked about being like, yeah, you know, like, writing stuff, like, it's not that easy to just be like, I'm gonna take the same song and now I'm gonna put it in English, or I'm gonna reverse, like, which one ever they write first type thing. That, like, even though they can speak both languages, like, it's not that easy. So that kind of is working against them a little bit, you know what I mean? What if they have to become peak Disney couple with song stuff to make it back home? That would be crazy. That'd be so crazy. That'd be crazy. What if they did that? What if they got their own little songs together? As long as they don't use Lin-Manuel Miranda, that's fine. There are other people who work in, you know, musical theater. Alright, they may not be, they're no Howard Ashman, but, like, there are people out there who can write some lyrics. And then they walk through the door to light together, side by side. Okay, just gonna keep this nice and clean. Nice and clean, huh? Simple and clean, even. I don't want no wobbly lines. Not that you can see it when it's tiny. Anyway, I like the nominee. Good job, team. Ever since I started getting back into Kingdom Hearts in like July this year, my mind palace has become visions of Sariku waves nonstop. The ADHD in me, the IBS paffer. Yeah, the fucking IBS warrior in you. You got this shit on lock. Maybe not the shit part, but the other parts. Slowly acquiring an encyclopedic level of visual memory of Kingdom Hearts symbolism and imagery. Yeah, you look at it long enough and that's just gonna happen. But yeah. Look, I got in 6 years now? Yeah, it's been 6 years. It's been over half a decade since I got into Kingdom Hearts, which is weird to think about. Technically, at least 3 of those years aren't real because of lockdown. So, like, not much to be done about that one, but, like, you know, 6 years have indeed passed, and I've never grown tired of looking at Kingdom Hearts. Every day it's up here. It's literally like everything in front of me right now, on my desk, on the walls, all the rest over here. I have other stuff too, but like it is like 97% Kingdom Hearts on these walls. You know? Okay, we got this. Alright, we got a nominee. Clear these out a little bit. Where is this? Leave this alone. Leave them for what they are, because it looks fucking ugly and I don't want to see it. Sorry, Enrico invented the heart emoji. They probably invented the legend of the Paupu via being the origins in some capacity. Yeah, I feel that. That's just my that's my shot in the dark, my vibe check. Okay, that's my I'm gonna place my bets. And I think there's going to be something. Like, I think that Sora and Riku are definitely a part of something much greater than what we are simply aware of. there is a much larger picture in which they are a part of, which obviously, you know, that's a, sure you can say that about any story, but I mean, I think that there's going to be some ancient something or other, right? You know, two halves that always find each other or some shit, right? And so it's gonna be something where it's like technically like some past iteration or other kind of form, or perhaps even like there was something like one of them was like a light and a darkness that, you know, all together and stuff, and then like that, you know, something the stars and the, let's, you know, transfer this onto like Paupu, right, legend and stuff like that, and then like this light and darkness like seeking each other out throughout time, right, find themselves in different iterations. So you could have say like a Xehanort and an Ericus where it didn't work out or something, right? And then like this like light and darkness that always seek each other out, like finding themselves within Sora and Riku or in some capacity. Like that's one angle, right? Or it could just be more directly Sora and Riku in some kind of past sense, right? Yeah. No, I'm also, I say this, but like I am more than sure that like Nomura's going to keep to that because he emphasizes it every single time. Like, I also like that Sora is just some boy. But at the same time, I'm, like, not crazy about Riku being, like, some kind of, like, a god, I guess. Because I like Riku just being Riku at the same time. I'm not saying he can't be special. I'm not saying he can't be, like, literally, like, the chosen one or whatever the fuck, right? But in the same sense that it's just, like, I don't want it to escape it. I don't want it to hit too far, you know what I mean? We don't gotta swing for space, all right? We could just go for, like, he is important. I'm just saying, like, some, like, manifestation. Like, it's probably more symbolic than that, but, like, I feel like there's gonna be something that it's, like, he could still be, like, some normal guy, right? But, like, they just existed once upon a time. Who knows? Because identity is always up for question and up for grabs. He doesn't have to be Jesus. I'm okay with him being Jesus, but maybe not God. Does that make sense? There's like different tiers here of like, he can be a special guy because he can be the chosen one because Sora is the chosen one's chosen one. And I think that should remain intact. That's what I would prefer, right? I like Riku has something going on and Nomura has alluded to that he's special. And I'm fine with that, right? But like, it's something where it's like, there's like an upper limit. But the thing is, I say this, and like Nomura has never quite steered me wrong before. Like, not to say that they don't have criticisms for this or that or whatever, but like, it's something where it's like, I'm sure that like, whatever it is, Nomura could convince me of it. Not just because it's him, but because like, you tell a story good enough, you use your tools, it doesn't matter what it is, just tell your story well. And that's what I'm here for. Yeah, the chosen's one chosen. So like, Sora is special, but because he is the special guy's favorite little guy, you know what I mean? Like, it's not that like he isn't special, but he's special like anybody can be. You know what I mean? Like, he's just a very kind-hearted, like, wonderful little dude that like charms the pants off of everybody he meets. So intense music for the background for this. That's fair. Now it's chill. Now we're fine. We're back down. Okay. Not just necklace theory, it's the KH1 scene giving him the Keyblade. Yeah, like, I think it's something that's, like, obviously Riku's not gonna be aware of, but, like, there's gonna be something where it's, like, and this is what I would think, right, is I feel like that if there were some, and I use this loosely, like some kind of godhood, some kind of special something, some kind of whatever, that it's like, Riku, you have to be this thing, that I feel like he would likely reject it because, like, if it gets in the way of that thing that he wants, being with Sora part, he's not really interested. You know what I mean? Like, it's something where it's just like, what do you mean? Like, I don't think he would be, like, crazy into it or anything, but, like, yeah, there's also the Hercules parallel generally with the, like, you know, Xigbar makes a pretty big point of, like, oh, you know, it worked for Hercules because he has friends in high places, you know, and that doesn't always work, and, like, Sora has managed to pull off the impossible, likely because he has friends in high places, i.e. Riku and his impossible, like, world-defying love, you know what I mean? So, there's definitely something going on, right? But, like, when they're both Hercules, what then? two action figures kiss. So gay, he broke reality. Basically, that's my suspicion. I feel like there was something I was gonna say before. Hold on. Searching, thinking. They're both Herc and both Meg. See, that's the thing, is that I think that, like, they're pretty fast and loose with parallels and, like, who they apply to. Neither of them is always just the one or just the other, typically. It's just that it's like, look at this other, like, dynamic, often a couple, not always, obviously, like, Anna and Elsa are sisters, but, like, you know, there's always the, like, let's compare Sora and Riku to these two characters that we're seeing, you know what I mean? And they're just kind of gonna do that regardless of how it fits, but usually it's a pretty pointed parallel either way. When I finish my Riku and Sora doing impossible crazy shit post. Yeah, they kind of are both willing and capable of, like, bending reality to help the other, you know what I mean? There was something I was gonna say, and I just don't remember. I just remembered that I remembered there was something I was gonna say. Japanese text. It's not so. Only ships they ship are, like, when they are not normal about each other. Yeah. I don't remember, but I guess on the topic of, like, the godhood and the other things, is that, like, I feel like where I imagine my upper limit to be, I have to say, because, like, I think it's always important to be open to being convinced. Sure. You know, you tell a good story, it can be whatever. Like, you've literally got, like, the DeviantArt OC heterochromia, the homophobia in his eyes character, and I'm, like, stoked about it, right? Like, a trope does not a bad story make, it is simply a trope, right? You could convince me of anything, but, like, my idea of like, where I feel my upper limit for, like, in terms of, like, godhood or, like, reincarnation or, like, special boy status kind of a thing, is that, like, I just don't want something to be too far removed from, like, you know, Sora and Riku are two boys who were best friends and are best friends still. They grew up together on an island, and there is probably some grandiose, like, connections and things that, you know, extend way beyond them, but, like, I don't want it to lose, like, these two guys. Like, that just who they are and who we have come to know them to be. And I just don't want to like stray too far from that. Does that make sense? Like, you know, there's a point where it's just like, oh man, if we like go into really, and he was a god this whole time, and I'm like, but I want Riku. You know what I mean? I want the guy who struggled with his friend perceivably like maybe having a crush on a girl. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to go too far away from like I don't know, like I don't want it to become too like ungrounded, but I'm not open to like things going crazy. But that's usually where I like concede the like whatever Nomura's doing, I'm kind of here for it, because usually it's fine and I like it. Like there's not really anything to like, you know, I trust Tetsuya Nomura to show me a good time kind of thing. But I just still want it to be like groundedly like them and them who we have come to know, you know. Which is like, I feel like part of where, of like, if there were something like, oh, you have all of this power to claim and all of this whatever and stuff, and Riku's like, I don't want to do this. Like, I don't want any part of this. And they're like, oh, but you have to. And he's like, oh. Of course, I like the characters for the characters. I mean, more like... Oh, sorry, I didn't even see you talking about Homura Madoka Magica, because that's definitely in there. There's the characters. I mean, like, we're setting the timeline a million times because of her game, middle school crush and the whole... Yeah. And I mean, that's not what I'm talking about, don't worry. Sorry, I did not see you say that. I was trying to remember what I was talking about, and so then I just went on to my own thoughts. Rise to For Real Divinity became a theme since it hasn't actually been set up at all as a theme. Yeah, just regularly. Yeah. I'm really just like, whatever you want to like supplement it with, you know what I mean? But like something of just like some achieved, some special whatever. I say godhood, but it's in quotes, you know what I mean? Really shines when it's just these two guys. I know Riku's probably gonna have some crazy lore shit with bloodline stuff or whatever, but Sora's still just his normal friend, and I think that makes it better. I agree. And I think Nomura knows that too. Like, again, I just kind of trust him to tell his story. I want to see the story that he's gonna tell, so I'm not gonna worry too much about it. But typically, if pressed, if asked, because, you know, I'm just some dude existing in a fan space, right? So we see plenty of it around, or just speculation, or like, how do we feel about this idea or that idea? Like, how do we feel about Sora forgetting Riku? And I'm like, I understand the drama and I understand the fun of exploring it, but like, would I actually want that in canon? Probably not, for this and that reason, but I get it, you know. And just other stuff like that, where there's been plenty of discussion about like Riku and like some kind of like godhood, or even just like, you know, he was literally put on a pedestal in the realm of the gods. Like, that's not coming from nowhere, but it's just like, is there some kind of higher power, in the same sense that, like, fuck, man, Joshua is there. Like, he literally has angel wings. Would you call him, like, a genuine... Like, I'm expecting that level of, like, you know, godhood, of just, like, this loose sense of the idea of some kind of... There's some power that one may claim, but at the end of the day, I'm just like, whatever you got, man, lay it on me, I'm down. I'm here for whatever you're cooking up. But like, I wouldn't want to like stake a claim too much on like, I won't like it if it does this, you know, because it's like, that doesn't mean he's gonna do it exactly the way I would imagine it, or that I wouldn't have a place, because what if something that follows it makes it make a lot of sense? Like, you know, there's no point in like deciding that ahead of time. There's let him cook. That symbolism is more about the solidifying Riku as the light and as a hero in Herc parallel. It's just there because he's gay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm just saying that it's like, when people are drawing that idea, I understand why. That's what I meant, where I'm just like, they literally put him on a pedestal in the realm of the gods. If people wanted to be like, now what if in like a past life, you know, I'm like, Sure, yeah, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, I think he's tied to some kind of power, whatever we know, whatever it is. You know, we don't know yet, but like, he's definitely pulling some out-of-pocket shit that he's probably not aware of, that we're not aware of, that he's just like, if I just believe hard enough that everything's gonna be fine, and then it is, and I'm like, well, it might be because maybe there's a little more going on, but also because he believed. You know what I mean? Like, like it still functions as like, wow, Riku believes in Sora so much that it literally like, you know, reset, like he rewound time and like saved everybody and it went different. You know, sure. Like, I think it still functions as like, we're supposed to see that like when shit hits the fan and Sora's at his lowest, that like Riku like grounds him and is like, I believe in you. And then it works, you know what I mean? But is it possible that Nomura might go like, and it worked because, you know, a little bit like there's a little something going on, you know what I mean? Like the power of love being perhaps like a quantifiable power, i.e. the power of waking, you know what I mean? Like when you wake people from sleep with true love's kiss, etc., etc. So, you know, I'm just expecting that, like, there's gonna be a little bit something back there, you know? I just don't want it to stray too far, and I don't think it will. That's it. I'm just, like, for discussion's sake, like, I imagine my upper limit to be like, well, let's not go too crazy. I still want to just do these guys, you know what I mean? Particular reason for Riku's magical Disney love powers. Basically, yes. I'm fiending for Cage for like an addict. Dude, if we just had Missing Link, even, like, give me the appetizer, okay? Like, I'm willing to wait for the actual main course. If I had a snack, could I have a snack, please? Could you send the waiter around with the hors d'oeuvres? I am starving, okay? I am getting drunk on the champagne. I have nothing in my stomach. And I gotta shit my pants, okay? Like, I'm holding it all in for you, but I'm getting a little hungry. I'm a little hungry, you know? I still want to be able to play as him without being too OP. Well, I mean, I'm open for like, you know, end of the game type shit, going crazy with cool power, whatever the fuck they want to do. But, you know, like, also let me clarify in terms of like godhood or a higher being. Kingdom Hearts, like the actual Kingdom Hearts, is about the level I'm talking about. This thing we're already aware of, but is vague in what it actually really is and what it can accomplish, but it is power in some sense, however one wants to utilize it. Like, I'm talking like, it's like, together you two can open or are a part of or are manifestations of what Kingdom Hearts is supposed to represent in some way. You know what I mean? Like something of that caliber. We'll see what's happening. Which is like Kingdom implies some sort of royalty. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be dropping the royalty image anytime soon, you know what I mean? So something like that. Like, the Gay Blade is clearly something important, something representative, something yet unexplained. Kingdom Hearts being the heart of all worlds, so Sora project. See, also, Sora having the crown and Riku having the heart, and, you know, they're two halves of a whole, and I think they can still do this and be like, Sora's not, like, he wasn't, like, chosen, you know, he wasn't some, it's just, he's just the chosen one's favorite little guy, and that's what pulled it off. Like, in the same way that I think about the scene where it's like, when you go through Dark Road, Gabby, I don't know if you've gone through Dark Road yet, as a refresher, because you should. If you're looking for parallels, Dark Road is it's fucking crazy, okay? Dark Road is insane. Oh my god, Dark Road's insane. Oh my god. That's another thing where it's like this coming out. Oh my god. Gabby, listen to me. Gabby, you have to go through Dark Road. Dude, you have to go through Dark Road when you get the chance. It's gonna blast your tits clean off, okay? It's ridiculous, especially because it came out after KH3, and they're really driving points home of the complicated nature of love, and how sometimes out of love you can do bad things. I'm not kidding. Like, it's genuinely Master of Masters being like, these messy feelings that come from love, is that darkness, you know? Or, you know, is that still light? Is it, you know, all of this fucking, we made eye contact. But it's insane, okay? And they're setting up all of these, like, they make very direct connections between Eraqus and Xehanort, and then like Sora and Riku, and how they're of a very similar, but like their story ended differently. They're a Sora and Riku that failed. You know what I mean? Like this is something where it didn't work out. And the fact that the end of KH3 has that shot where like they're kind of addressing them, and they're like, you know, basically like, we have failed, but like, you know, they still have a shot, kind of a thing. Like, these guys, now it's their turn, you know, to do this, where it's very much like them and their journey and passing the torch to the very obvious parallels of like Sora and Riku. And so that's where like I get the idea of like, say perhaps there is this ever-seeking like light and dark balance that finds its way into people like Eraqus and Xehanort and Sora and Riku, and like Sora and Riku are the ones that are gonna succeed, you know. So there is something that has like existed before them in some way, but it's still them, you know what I mean? I'm so sad I missed Key and Cuts by a few months. I'm so crazy because Eraqus and Xehanort are failed Riku, and they are easily referencing to each other as brothers, easily, and yet Sora and Riku can't. What's up with that? Gay people. Wait until you see Dark. Just fucking wait. It's that shit is. Oh my god. I can't think about it too much. Like, they have like one, I just like it, and I just like them. I like as far as Birth by Sleep is concerned, I wasn't always that crazy. I'm like, oh, you know, I think Xehanort's fun. It's cool that Eraqus is Mark Hamill, you know, stuff like that. But like, Birth by Sleep is not my favorite. You know what I mean? It's not my favorite one. But like, any elaboration upon them, hi baby. Any elaboration upon them outside of that one is super interesting, and I like them a lot. And so, also, God, Eraqus is like so cute. Like, young Eraqus is so cute. But like, so is young Xehanort. Like, they drive me crazy. All Nomura wants to do is draw cute boys. He loves it. He lives for it. He just wants to draw a cute boy after cute boy. It's his strong suit. It's his ace in the hole. That's all he does. He gets paid to draw and design cute boys. Cute boys and sexy men. You know what I mean? That's it. With the fattest tits you can imagine. Holy Christ. Handsome Seeker of Darkness telling him to keep seeking. I know. I love that whole scene so much. I love that whole scene so much. I'll barf. Your server and spilled all my spaghetti on the floor. I'm going so slow through Birth by Sleep. Sigh. Sora and Eraqus are the cutest. Yeah, Birth by Sleep is, you know, it's something where it's like, I can see the potential. I can see what they were trying to do. And again, I've talked about this so many times, so I'm not going to get into it too much. But it's something where it's like, I can see the potential under the surface that was definitely held back. I heard fattest tits you could imagine from upstairs. Who are we talking about? I was saying that Nomura draws cute boys and sexy men with the fattest tits you can imagine. That's the whole sentence. That's his whole job. Kara's ending gave me chills though. I played it before, but like, you know, yeah, we're looking at it with fresh eyes. We're, you know, refreshing everything. I get it. Literally any villain. It's true. That's true. Any and all of them. Ansem, Seeker of Darkness. Insane. That shit open all the way down past the navel. Like, he's crazy. He's crazy. Lucy will have one shirtless scene in KH4. Dude, if Nomura had his way, like, have you seen the Versus 13 trailers and Noctis getting his shirt and it's like his tits out and you see his nipple, everything? Like, come on, okay? And Nomura was like, yeah, that's what I want. I want you to do that, please. Looks great. It's just so like, okay, yeah, sure. If he had his way, it would be happening again, for real this time. I hope Riku gets his shirt ripped. For Sora. Sora needs this, okay? He needs it. He'll hear bells, you know? Like, the clouds will part, and he'll like, that will be his realization, okay? And I'm sure he's seen Riku with no shirt before. They grew up together, right? They're boys going swimming in the ocean, but this is different now, okay? Things have changed, and like, he's got hit with an anvil. This is for him. Sexy little ripped shirt. Sora like, oh my god. Everything clicks, you know? Like, it's fucking, the bell tolls for who? Thee. Anyway, he's gonna hear bells. He's gonna get hit with like a gong. You know what I mean? It's got all of that. It'll be good. It'll be good for him. This is for Sora's character development. This is Nomura, his pitch at Disney, where they're like, "Are you sure? Like, this seems a little like, I don't know, evocative. You know, this is like a little." And he's like, "Do you understand this is my story, okay? We need this for narrative growth, all right? How else is he gonna fucking see the light? You know what I mean? If he doesn't see, we need this, you know what I mean? Just like, we need this to happen, okay? You wouldn't get it, all right? You weren't like a gay kid who had like tension with his best friend, all right? Yeah, Vine of Woman, so yeah, the hello? Like, just pouring. This is essential to the story, I assure you. I promise. I know KH4, they're going to be separated like DDD, most likely for at least part of the game, but I mean, yeah, likely there's going to be something, because it's like, they're not going to find each other immediately. I would imagine. They got to draw shit out just a little bit. Hi, babe. Oh, thank you. A big rub on my foot. So sweet. You want to come say hi to everybody? Or are you just waiting because I'm not up where everybody else is? We're seeing Riku's face up close or doing something cool or just laughing, and he's like, oh. Uh-huh. Sora suddenly feeling like he's going to barf, but like not bad. You know, he's just like, ugh, there's a lot going on in me. Why? What's happening? V2 easy plus the D2D hits are so heavy. It's true. It would just be like, I think we're probably gonna build up to, I'm going to guess a just past halfway reunion. That's where I'm going to place it. Or it could just be it could be the turning point of the game. Like, we could have this whole like front half, because we're gonna want to like, they're gonna want to spend time to build up to them reuniting, because that's going to be important. But they're also gonna want to like have like, they're gonna want to spend time together, right? You know, like, as in like, they're gonna want the characters to, if, you know, again, you know, if things are going as we assume, like, I'm going to guess that like, they're probably going to, this is what I personally want, and again, I get everything I want, right? But also, I feel like this would be good. But like, I feel like, say, they're gonna, well said, me. Good job. Good job. No. I feel that, like, if there are realizations to be had, that there has to be some fucking time spent where tensions are very existent, are very, very there, and they need to spend time with that. You know what I mean? I don't think this is gonna be instant. They're gonna drag this shit out for like, they're gonna make you work for it, but it's gonna be like so good, right? And it's just gonna be something where it's like, we're kind of already clear with like where Riku stands, and we're gonna have to spend some kind of time with Sora, likely by himself. My personal opinion, I think he should come to realize his own feelings on his own, of his own accord. Oftentimes, I think people, because they don't know what to do with Sora, but they know what to do with Riku. And usually, and this is just fan stuff, but like usually the perception is that like, say a confession or something is realized from like, you know, Riku says something, and then Sora goes, oh, me too, you know, and I'm like, no. Not to say that that doesn't happen, but like, this is something where like, Sora's the main character, and I think it's important that we at least get to, like, we're already set up that we need to spend time with him and his self-reflection, and I think a large key, if you will, to understanding himself is to, this is a part of it, you know what I mean? Something that like is eluding him, something that's frustrating him that he's not understanding, you know. And so I think he's gonna have to come to realize like it's something that already exists. Like, I'm seeing this and it's already in him. He just doesn't have the frame of reference to understand what it is he's feeling. Again, like he has so much feeling about and for Riku, but he doesn't know what it is. He doesn't know what their relationship is or where it stands, because it doesn't feel like this, it doesn't feel like that, it doesn't feel, but it is really, you know, big and important and like special and like something more, but like, what is this? And so I think like he's gonna have to sort his own feelings and figure that out for himself, like completely separate of like any influence of like, oh, you know, Riku's anything he's done. Now will Sora realize Riku also loves him before Riku says anything? That's the question. And the thing is, hard and fast rule, I don't think Riku will ever say anything without being forced. That's my one thing, is like, I do not foresee that kid ever saying anything without being dead first. I don't think he'll ever say anything, but I do think it's important, and I did see Canary talking about it, and we've talked about this at length, Canary and I for sure, about the fact that Riku has done all of these things, but that's only the audience has seen this. Not Sora. Sora hasn't seen these things that Riku has done for him. Sora hasn't seen, like, this is all, like, Sora is completely of his own accord, like, so turbo-powered for and about Riku, without ever seeing anything that he's been doing in the background, or anything he did, like, you know, while he was in the pod. He doesn't even know what the fuck happened then. He doesn't even know why Riku was acting like he did in KH1. He still doesn't have answers for what was honestly a very hurtful time for him. You know what I mean? He's got all this stuff that, like, he doesn't know, and yet he's still so forgiving and excited. Like, it doesn't matter, like, it doesn't matter what Riku could do to him at this point, you know what I mean? He is truly the #1 Riku apologist. Like, he's so willing to be like, if Riku did this bad thing, he must have had a reason. Like, he believes in him, and also he kind of doesn't want to, like, he just, dude's in love with him, sorry. Like, he's willing to kind of look past things for good or bad, but, like, he knows about, sort of, yeah, like, he knows at least that Riku dove down into his dreams to save him, at least in that latter half, right? But it is not clear or stated or anything. I don't think anybody outside of Riku knows that Riku was a Dream Eater, and I don't think Riku knows the proper extent or the importance of that, seeing as he was so willing to write himself off as a means to finding Sora. Like, he did not consider himself that important in finding him. He assumed it was probably going to be Kairi, right? He was so excited about him doing that. So it's like, there are things where it's like, there's so much to be dug up, essentially, about like what Riku has done, and it's like Sora doesn't even know about any of that, and he's like over the moon for this guy. So like, I think Sora is going to come to understand his own feelings and you know, all of this, like, separately. I think that that is fair to his character as well, to see his own motivations, you know, and his stance and side of things. As well as I think like Riku's will probably be made more explicitly clear to the audience. That's my assumption. Because now we're not fucking around anymore, you know what I mean? There will probably be some halfway point of like he realizes, and then like they are together again, and now we're dealing with this aspect of like things being different, and he doesn't know how to navigate it, you know what I mean? They don't know how to, so it's like it'll be like cute and fun but also like awkward at the same time, but like, you know, like they can't help but like gravitate to each other and have a good time. They are lifelong best friends, you know what I mean? But like it's something that I'm like, I would like there to be the time for Sora's own exploration, like self-exploration, and then we go to spending actually time with Riku. And like Riku, I think like what he would be gaining as far as like character growth in this situation of them traveling together is that like slowly, because like he's in a state of like he does not believe this is even a possibility at this point, you know what I mean? Like there's a part of him that wants to. I believe that like because of the fact that Fairy Godmother could show up at all, and Joshua's comments of, you know, being like a dreamer and so on, is that like Riku like in his head is like, this is never going to happen. I'm a freak. I am alone in this and I will die this way. But his heart is like, but maybe one day, you know. And it's just like, and he's like, shh, and he like buries that away and he locks the, you know, and he's like, no, we're being smart about this, shh, you know, like there's always a part of him that wants to believe that it's a chance, but like I think he's like convinced himself that like this is not a thing. And I mean, who could blame him? He lives in a reality of like literally like Disney universe, like het norm princess fairy tale land. So like, you know, he's probably like, oh, there's something wrong with me, hey, you know. And obviously Sora and Kairi, and that's all a done deal, and I'll just keep it inside until I die. So I think that like, you know, there's a part of him that like still believes and dreams and hopes and wants so bad more than anything, right? Dude just wants to love and be loved so badly. And I think that like this spending time with Sora, and like, you know, they're both kind of grappling with the like, haha, how do I interact with person I have feelings for and be real normal about it? Like, how can I be, you know, act casual? And they're like, they're there, you know. We're already seeing it. Like, he does not know how to touch Sora. He's like, hand on the shoulder, good enough. We've seen them be way closer. We've seen them fucking rough and tumbling like all over each other. It's fine, but he's like, hey champ, you know. Like that's all he can manage. Okay, he's trying really hard, but like for them to spend time together doing whatever they have to do, and it's like it's just kind of the two of them doing, like, I would love that more than anything personally, because I want to see them interact. I want to hear them have little conversations. I want to and like kick my little legs, you know, have a good time. But like, I think for his character, it would like slowly wear away like these walls that he's built of like logically being like, no, this will never happen, you know. But like, he cannot hope but dream, you know what I mean? He cannot help but dream, I meant to say. The day Riku can finally encourage actors for his face. He always stops himself from doing. That'll be the day. Although I need time alone. You know, Kairi could talk for Kairi to the proper thing. I need to see it. Maybe. Hi. You wanna come here? Oh, a little quick little grab on. Sometimes he'll walk under the screen, but he'll be so excited, so his tail will be like straight up, and he'll just like pull it with him because his tail. Sir. Will you come here and say hi to everybody? Oh, you're just gonna dig in a bag? Alright. Anyway, yeah, that's what I think. I think that we need time. Let me I'm wrapping it up, sort of. The point I was making, that, like, Sora needs time to figure out his own feelings independently, because I think it's important to also establish that he himself has his own motivations, his own feelings, his own want and need, and so on and so forth, right? That it's not just, like, a reaction. Like, it doesn't, I don't want it to, you know, I wouldn't want it to seem like a reactionary kind of a thing. And then, like, some kind of, like, if we want to spend time with them, perhaps, like, a halfway point, some kind of big, you know, midpoint, like, turn, fight, climax, think of, like, 1,000 Heartless battle type, like, turn, where, like, this is the halfway point, but also it's sick as fuck, right? And they finally get to reunite. And then now we get to spend a significant amount of time with the two of them grappling with these very obvious to the viewer feelings for each other, and then you know, this just serving to be like, truly this Sora's feelings, and now he's like having to deal with and trying to navigate these, and then Riku being forced to be like, maybe there's a chance, you know. Like, he'll still, you know, die without saying anything. I think if it had to come from anywhere first, it would probably be either through Sora, or it would be forcibly made known outside of Riku. Like, it'd be something like Master of Masters being like, anyway, haha, you know, look at this. And then, like, you know, and Riku's like, oh my god, my life is over. I'm going to die now. I wish the ground would swallow me. It doesn't get to be like a cute, it's just like, he fears, you know, losing the one thing most important to him, which is his relationship with Sora, and, like, the idea that, like, it would be like, he wouldn't want to see him or talk to him or be around him, or, like, you know, it truly would be like his fucking nightmare outside of, just short of Sora fucking dying, you know what I mean? You know, if Sora has to have this 3 questions being asked of him, that would be good. That'd be really good. That'd be good. Let's revisit those again, okay? Just like Riku did. Let's do it again, baby. Let's take 2 but Sora this time. So, that's how I feel about it. Those are my general predictions, okay? Alright? Just, you know, put a pin in it, come back to it, alright? Remember that I said that I laid this plot out very generally. That at least this is what I can, like, foresee for their character arcs currently. Like, we'll get to see stuff that, like, whatever Riku is doing on the side and everything, and I think maybe perhaps while, like, they are spending this time apart, while, like, Sora's figuring out his own shit, and we're getting glimpses into whatever Riku is doing, and maybe that's when, like, his feelings are made a little more explicitly clear what they are and for whom, even though if you're paying attention, we know exactly what they are and for whom, but, like, for the greater audience, you know, who's not, they're making this plot point clear, and then, you know, but, like, we're going to largely focus on, like, establishing Sora's, he's got his own shit going on, you know what I mean? So we're gonna do that. Yeah, my prediction is they're going to kiss. See, I have no idea if they even, like, even for, like, canonically go, like, I am of the mind that, like, I think that they will, you know, granted everything's going, I always have to, like, you know, asterisk, you know, in case, you know, just, if things are going, you know, how we think they are, I think they're definitely going to 100% probably kiss on the mouth on screen. I don't think Nomura is he's not a man that half-asses anything, right? So it's just like, okay, if you're making it happen, something this big is it's his way or the highway. So, no need to asterisk. I just think it's funny. I think because it's like, I speak usually with, like, such, like, you know, confidence of, like, oh, you know, I'm like, so when this happens, and I'm like, if it goes according to how it, you know, of course, hold on, let me, just in case, maybe even more than once, maybe twice, 3 times, perhaps. Crazy. Anyway, my only thing is like, okay, I think that they will, given it's going the way that but do I think it would be next game? I'm not sure. Because it's like, it really depends on like how long is the game, how is it paced, like there has to be some amount of time, like if it were to happen, because like some people are like, if this does happen, it would only happen towards the end of the series, and it's like, Nomura has said himself that they're like headed that direction, that like KH4 is like the beginning of like the end, in the way that like this is going towards the end of it, right? Like they're starting that path, which makes sense. Because I don't know how much more they could get out of this, right? But it's like, I could definitely see we have 4 and like 5 and maybe like Verum Rex, and which they did specify that they say Verum, not Verum, where, we typically were like, oh, Verum Rex, and they're like Verum Rex, Verum Rex. So don't be surprised if you hear it said that way, okay? My thoughts for Riku. Alright, I talk, and it's like, if I stop to read the chat when I'm talking, I'll completely lose what I was saying. So I've learned to just say my piece, and then I look, okay? Maybe my thoughts for Riku is he's probably going to be in some sort of dream version of Quadratum and looking for signs of Sora. He's screaming, crying. Once if they kiss, it'll be towards the end, but if they're going to kiss, it'll be clear by KH4. The pining, see a near kiss being separated. Yeah, we'll have to like see where it is. Like, are they gonna be forced to like commit all the way in this game and see how it goes, or are they going to comfortably have the space to set up a very clear gay romantic, like, like plot line, like explicitly, and then have another game afterwards? Like, I think that like the plan here is we're gonna have KH4, we're gonna have Missing Link, right? And then we're gonna have like a Verum Rex, and then we're gonna have like a KH5, probably, right? If we got more than that, cool, I'd be super down, but like, time-wise and like Japan's forced retirement age, like, in the future looming, like, a ways away, but like, reasonably, like, depending on how big KH4 is, like, this shit has gotten huge. They can't pump these out in like 2 years anymore, you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. It takes a lot more time. So reasonably we could expect like 4 and then maybe like 5, so we'll see what happens. Here, interesting proposal, just to mull it around in your brain. What if they kiss, and then, like, what if they kiss again later? Like, more than once, you know what I mean? In separate scenes, even. Could you imagine? Could you imagine an established romantic lead of 2 boys that get to be that, but through the course of some of the story, and not just right at the end as some kind of prize? Wouldn't that be cool? I'll be fine if there's no kiss, but the Surugi relationship explored, though a kiss would be groundbreaking. That's what I'm saying, is like, I don't think Nomura's the type to pull his punches, you know what I mean? Like, he's going to, even if they didn't, I can guarantee they were probably trying in the background. They were like, we have to make this happen. God damn. Like, we got Terrence and Dion in 16, and they got to, like, the thing is, people have like done like the camera break and they're like, oh, they fully like animated them kissing, but they probably were made to show it at a bit of a distance, but they did get to show it, you know what I mean? That's one step, and they're like, okay, cool, yeah, it turns out 16 was super successful, and that's just one more step along the path of like, see, this happened and it was fine. So I mean, you could be fine without it, but it's coming. Like, there's always, like, this, like, you know, there's always that caveat of, like, understanding of, like, what they may or may not be able to accomplish, right? And I get that, but also, I'm just confident that it's probably going to come out as Nomura envisions it, and it's probably going to have them kiss on screen. So, you know, that's where I stand. I'm gonna have to kiss on the mouth, and then I get to play Smash Brothers with the gay kid. I gotta be like, he kisses boys, you know. I mean, look at him. Look at his sparkles. Look at his fucking... as he, like, flies around. Come on. I just can't imagine how they would have set up what they did in... Activating like a Sharingan. I mean, look at him. Sora, but in Smash. That's what I was talking about. Like, I can't wait until they kiss on the mouth, and then I get to go play Smash and be like, this guy kisses boys. You know what I mean? Like, there's something about it being, like, in the greater pantheon of, like, this representative of gaming as, like, an industry and an art, and, like, all of this, and Sora being literally the big finale fucking character, the uniting factor, all of this, and it's like, and he kisses boys. One boy, but, like, you know. There he goes. Flying around with sparkles, you know. We love that for him. I may have to stop soon because my hunger is finally, my appetite's starting to kick in again. Anyway. For every person who has to look at Sora and decide that him being straight is the hill they have to like, yeah, to defend it. Like, that hill is the one they're dying on. Oh yeah, daylight savings, it's gonna be kicking in. They're gonna be like gaining an hour, right? Yeah, anyway, I think it's gonna be really funny in hindsight. That's all. I don't feel for them. I laugh at them. I mean, I think there are probably plenty of people who just genuinely, like I always have sympathy for people who just simply have not been given the tools to recognize this kind of a thing, because gay or straight, like queer of any kind, you know, it hurts everybody, right? But like, queer people were also in that position at a certain point, you know what I mean? Like, they were there being the same in the way that they were like not taught to like how or what, or, you know, there was no frame of reference. And so like, I feel like it's important to be like, yeah, you know, like there are plenty of just straight people who are frankly are just, they have no fucking idea and they've never had to. And, oh yeah, I mean, fuck the homophobes, like the active homophobes, like fuck those guys. But there are plenty of people who are like, yeah, Sora's so straight, you know, and they like don't get it. And then suddenly it's like, oh, but he really is, huh? Like, I think about all the relatively well-meaning people who got like matching Sokai tattoos because they just really like Kingdom Hearts, and they're like, I love Kingdom Hearts and I have my girlfriend, but she has the Kairi Keyblade and I have the Sora Keyblade, and it's just gonna be like, huh, what's that flips around, it's gonna be a little, We both, I look at their piddly little pitchforks and go, you poor bastards, before I post the 80th Hose Mad caption. Yeah, I mean, don't, listen, I'm gonna be so annoying about it. I think both of these things can exist in the way that I'm like, there are plenty of people who mean well and are not gonna see this coming and are gonna be really confused, perhaps even a little combative, but then back off and realize maybe that this is not the fight and go, oh, I'm just stupid. You know what I mean? Like, there are going to be plenty of those people who are going to turn around and they're going to be fine. At the same time, I am going to be so annoying about it. There is nothing that's going to stop me from gloating heavily on the internet. You know what I mean? I don't understand love is such a common thing in queer Japanese media. I mean, it's just a common thing in queer experience. It does not matter at this point, like, with how globalized the world is. It is a common experience regardless of where you are. You know what I mean? Because it's like I've personally like ran into people who are like, I guess it's just not for me, you know, romance. I guess it's just not my bag, you know. It's just I'm just weird. I'm a weirdo, you know. You see this hat? Just stuff like that. But then it's just like, oh, they were just gay. They just didn't they did not put it together. They did not give it the room to breathe and maybe figure it out for themselves. When that happens, that's on them. Some people flocking to the works because it's about gay gays. That's also true. There's going to be a huge surge. Specifically starting to become tired of gatekeepers. Literally, as a Sora age kid, like, huh? Yeah, I guess this is not for me. You know, I'm just. And it's like, yeah, that also is just, you could just be ace, you know, that's also completely a thing, but like, it is also very often a thing of just being like, you are just some gay kid, and all you know is like, you are boy, you like a girl, you are girl, you like boy, and there's nothing else ever. There's no nuance, there's no other, there are only two genders, and you like the other one, and they go, that doesn't really fit for me. I don't know why. Then they just are like, oh, okay. You know. There's no gloves in Cage 4. Whatever, you can no gloves, and they have touch hands. They have to touch hands and Sora's short fucking circuits. Tokai has been since the beginning. I suppose. I mean, if it was, maybe they would have just made it a thing. Or perhaps there was a point of setting up what could have been something, what one as an audience member would expect, only to circumvent it. Like, they have to set up the thing so they can circumvent it. Ready for the food goes forced the word to be gay. Make it gay. Forced the word to be gay. Okay, go. Precious costume haircut, I guess. Yeah. Wait, suddenly, you know, when you put it like that, romance, pretty cool, actually. Already like some people who saw Sleeping Realm Theory's success and was like, I don't want no more to see this and make it real. Yeah, I remember. Well, he did, and I forced him. So, you wish it were me. I'm just, that, you know, any part of that, like, becomes true, and I just will fully lean into it. Like, cry more, I guess. I have the power and you don't. Wah. I forced him, you know? I sent a message, I sent letters to him. I did it. I called him on the phone sometimes, even. You know? That was me. Sorry, I'm sorry you're upset about it. Maybe you should have tried harder. See, imagine if you will, the tension of having to share an apartment. There's only one bed, but there's a couch, you know, whatever. Kept getting birds and eventually he just gave in. Yeah, basically. You know, I really had to twist his arm about it. You finally caved to me, personally. Baby, get it! Get the bug! Get it! Did you get it? Sorry, I don't know if you heard it, but... Did you get it, baby? Maybe I don't know where it went. You lost it. Fruit snack. They haven't been given a long time since Cage 2. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. They had to keep them separated for X amount of time. I can't open the fruit snack. This is horseshit. Fruit snacks. Anyway. Made me realize how hungry I am. Guessing for their freakish animal parents and then boggled eyes. Just can't happen. Ugh. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna stop this. I think I'm going to stop the stream because I'm way hungrier than I thought. I was like, I'm starting to feel my appetite, and I ate some fruit snacks, and I'm like, I need to eat food really bad. So I'm going to stop for now. I did not draw much. I will probably color this nominate off stream. And whatever, but it was fun talking. It is funny that I finally streamed once. I will be gone next week. That's something that can't be helped. I'm literally gonna be out of town. But then after that, I should just be home for the rest of the year. Okay, it should not be a problem. But I just have stuff. Have to go down to San Diego. Okay, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be nice, and it won't be for too long. But I will be gone next week. I do literally leave on like Tuesday, so I will not be streaming. But I do like that we got to hang out a bit. It was nice. It was refreshing. I finally actually felt up to it today. I was worried before when I was like, every day I was like, God, I'm so fucking tired, dude. And I was like, is it just like, you know, I need to take some meds and like try to do and like, you know, get up to energy and everything. And then like today I just woke up and I was like, feeling good. I can do it. And it was like such a different feeling of like, I felt finally kind of rested that I could do something. I think Balatro rewired my brain chemistry or something, and now I'm better. It fixed me. So I was like playing it until 5 in the morning last night in bed, just like, you know. So anyway, so here's hoping that once the dust settles, I'll just get back to actually streaming. I've got things I gotta do. I've got stuff I want to draw, and I have to finish playing AI, the Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative, the second one. So, not the second Nirvana Initiative, but the second AI, the Somnium Files. So I have to finish that, and then other stuff. And we'll probably just play Kingdom Hearts because it's been too long. Okay, I spent all that time with Kingdom Hearts 3, and I'm feeling an itch. I'm hitting that point where, like, when I see, like, in-game screenshots and things, it makes me want to barf. But in the way that, like, I have an intense need. There's just, I'm like, you know. So we're gonna have to soon for my own mental health, okay? Especially since we haven't heard anything about Missing Link. Would love that to change anytime soon. and we'll just see, okay? But for now, thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you for being patient as I disappeared. And thanks for talking with me. It's so fun to do that. I'd love to maybe do that again with Tennille sometime soon, because we could go for hours and hours and hours, obviously. So, here's hoping that the schedules line up sometime soon. But I will continue in this November very shortly after a small stint, and then we'll get back to it. Okay? Thank you, everybody. Thank you. It was fun. It was fun to finally hang out again. Goodbye, everybody. Good night. Have a good weekend. Drink some water. Go on a walk outside. Smell that fall air. And I'll see you next time, okay? Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye. Thanks for coming. Bye-bye. See ya.